Vosh, I'm low-key curious if your normative ethics have evolved much in the past couple of years, lol. Well, unfortunately, over the past couple of years, the channel has gone from ethics debate to everyday, I wake up to the President of the United States legalizing via executive order child rape and recreational whale hunting. So, I forget what normative means. No, I guess it's like, do you think that Marx would have written all 3 volumes of Das Kapital if instead of living in early capitalism, he had lived in a monkey slave state where all of humans were ruled by super powerful monkeys? Like, do you think he would have bothered to engage in that level of analysis if the nature of oppression was the monkey would just kill you if you didn't do what the monkey said? Yes? Maybe. Maybe. I had a hell of a past 24 hours, vanity wise. I I accidentally trimmed off too much of my beard last night and I had to like correct it because you got to keep it even on both sides. I used the wrong clipper guard. I went one size too far down. So I was like, oh man, I look like a baby now. And I took a picture and I put it on Twitter and I was like, oh my God, in this picture I look exactly the same. But then I woke up this morning and I looked in the mirror and I was like, oh my God, I do look like a baby. So I took a shower and I did some, what do they call it? Lymphatic massages. And then I was like, no, fuck, that's not undrained lymph nodes. That's fat. That's fat on my fat baby face. It's not that bad. I just need a haircut. Where is he? He's here. You can see that, like, proportionally, you see, look how much hair I have, man. There's no beard balancing it out now. It looks fine, but I do look younger. I do look younger. If anything, it makes you look thinner. I'll take it. You look like you're 27. Normally, I look older than I am, so, you know. Needs a Peaky Blinders haircut? Yeah, yeah. Girl with the longer hair and shorter beard looks great. It's too much. It's too much hair, man. It's too much hair. But we'll bring it back. Return to man bun. That's where it's all been leading this whole time. This whole time. You can trim it, but not too much. Listen, okay, I don't really know how hair works. Every time I go to the barber, I say, fuck me up, fam. Do whatever you want. Except I don't say fam because I'm white. And, I get a different result every time, basically. Why don't you say fam as a white person? I have a black friend who told me that I can't say unk. I didn't realize that was I mean, I knew it was AAVE because everything is, but I didn't realize there was there was a line there. Yeah, you can't keep white people from using AAVE. That's like all language. White people wouldn't be able to say dog. Did you know based is AAVE? No, I didn't, but not surprising. Honestly. I've started calling people auntie. It's funny. Goddamn appropriative piece of shit. Oh, man. So much of internet culture comes from Black Twitter. Dude, the two most influential groups on the English lexicon in the past 50 years are gay black people and incels. Easily. No one else even comes close. Those two, the disproportionate impact that they have had relative to the size of those groups is incredible. What's AAVE? It's African American Vernacular English. You might have heard people say Ebonics, which is problematic. You shouldn't say that. You have to say AAVE. On Fox News, they call it hood speak. I assume. Turn more into Nick Fuentes? I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. I'm not taking estrogen. Wonder if she ever will. All right. What do I have in my fucking tabs here, man? Did you see the new NDP leadership pick in Canada? What do you think? One question at a time, bucko. You mean that pro-Palestinian guy, right? Why is it not loading? AP News? Hello? I got you right here. Hello? Oh, that's right. That's right. Because we were looking at the damn... Yeah. Okay, hold on. There you go. We're on the group call. Vosh used to dress as a femboy one day. Isn't it interesting that a femboy is like a character archetype that you refer to rather than simply saying dress femininely? Like, if you had said dress femininely, that would make sense to me. Like, okay, there are a bunch of clothes I associate with that, but dress like a femboy, and now you're talking about like what is characterized as a porn category. What do you mean by that? Femboy is a mannerism as well. Also, femboys dress terribly. Hello? Do you want to be on stream? No, you do not. You got to go eat some food or something. Now you're thinking of sissies? Okay, can we be real for a second? The fashion stylings of these two groups is not at all dissimilar, okay? Like, I know that burns at some people, but like, it's really... It's just a fetish wall, really. It's not like a big style difference, okay? People tend to dress terrible. The femboy... we don't need to get into this, okay? We don't need to get into this. Sissies feels like it's got some weird connotation to it. Well, like femboys, they're all racist. Sissies are easily the most dripless archetype of people you find browsing Grindr, man. It's crazy. It is insane. We don't... It's fine. Keep linking me that Adam something post. See what happens. That sigh was so profound. I'm just tired of them messaging on Grindr. Like a masked guy. It's daddy this, daddy that. Fuck off. Right, hold on. We have to set an example. Dana, you and me, one brain cell. I don't know if this is segment worthy, but Trump revealed the White House bunker under the ballroom. Not an AI data center like the conspiracy theorists thought, probably a doomsday bunker. Okay, it's not a doomsday bunker. The whole White House has a bunker under it. Basically every executive building does around the world. Like, that's the whole point. That's probably like 90% of the budget of every like important federal building, you know? The AI data center thing never made any sense at all. Like, why would you ever, what would the point be? The information contained in data centers could be transferred around the world at nearly the speed of light. What would the point be of exponentially increasing the cost of development by putting it underneath the White House? Vibes? Yeah, maybe. You guys see that post about the ballroom? How or sorry, it wasn't a post, it was a New York Times article about the ballroom, that the 3D plans for it didn't even make sense. Is the White House the safest place on earth? No, but it's probably one of the safest, like, regularly accessible buildings on Earth. There are probably some nuclear facilities around the United States and former Soviet Union that are safer. Yeah, NORAD shit. You can still nuke it. I guarantee you there are nuke-proof bunkers underneath the White House. Or a bunker. I got the sniffles this morning. Deep in the mountains of Colorado, I'd imagine. You guys ever see Terminator 3? That was my first time as a kid, well, not a kid, I guess, like a teenager, watching media that showcased one of those nuclear bunker facilities. That shit was so cool to me. I like that film. Unfortunately, it does suck, but I did like the nuclear bunker a lot. It is kind of ass. Yeah, for sure. Nukes don't really hit that deep underground, you know? It's pretty difficult. Even our best bunker buster bombs are pretty limited in how far down they can go. You know, you can pretty, I wouldn't say easily. Easily is an overstatement, but you can build a bunker that could survive a nuclear apocalypse pretty easily. Just gotta, you know, stuff a bunch of beans in there. The nuclear explosion in Terminator 2 is one of the most accurate depictions of a nuclear explosion according to experts. Why? Because it sucks? Y'all ever think about how in 1999 a jury ruled that Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in coordination with our government, and our national media was already state media enough that we all ignored it and didn't go after them? My understanding was that the case filed by MLK Jr.'s family was one in civil court, so they had to meet a different standard of proof, right? It was no longer beyond a reasonable doubt, but rather, what's the other one for civil cases? Um, Not reasonable suspicion. There's a different term for it. The degree of probability that you have to meet for a civil case. Preponderance of the evidence. Thank you. Preponderance of evidence. Yeah. But I've never looked that much into that case. I wonder what like merits there are to it. You know, without a doubt, at the very least, the FBI was aware of the assassination attempt, right? Because you know, the FBI was competent back in the 1960s, at least relative to today. Nowadays, they're too busy fitting Kash Patel for like custom Air Force Ones. But back in the day, you know, they were protecting Air Force One by killing black people. It was made more racist too. Well, maybe. Farmers were asking for help again. We're doing this as a warm-up because the two big things I'm going to open by talking about are Israel declaring war on all of Christendom and also Trump no longer controlling the energy market. But I'm trying to like warm myself into it a little bit, you know?
Across the American Corn Belt, farmers are getting ready for the spring planting season. It's a familiar rhythm this time of year. To plant soybeans and corn, farmers have to finish preparing the soil, spreading fertilizer on fields, and making sure their equipment is ready. But what they weren't quite ready for was a war in the Middle East driving up their costs. Scott Gaffner, a farmer in Greensville, Illinois, has been keeping track, and a call to a supply cooperative to ask for fertilizer pricing left him stunned at how quickly the prices were moving.
Quickly, who'd you vote for?
He wrote the figures down for that day.
And so we called, and he's this is.
I'm just gonna take a guess. I'm just gonna take a guess as to who you voted for. You found a red hat with an American flag on it for your DW interview?
The statement to me was this. He goes, you know, 20 minutes ago on anhydrous ammonia, it would have been $970. He said, but now it's going to be $1,020 for that same.
Wait, did he say 970 to 1,020? That's like a 5% increase.
He goes, you know, 20 minutes ago on anhydrous ammonia, it would have been $970. He said, but now it's going to be $1,020.
In 20 minutes? Oh, did I miss the time range?
He wrote the figures down for that day.
And so we called, and he's his statement to me was this. He goes, 20 minutes ago.
20. Okay. Sorry, I blanked over that part. Okay, a $50 increase in 20 minutes is pretty crazy. Me, after I get a call from the Situation Room. This fertilizer right here, it's actually going to be a lot more.
Hydrous ammonia, it would have been $970.
You hate to go to the fertilizer market and see your sell guy like anxiously looking at his phone. You hate to see him doom scrolling. You know you're about to get fucked in that transaction.
He said, but now it's going to be $1,020 for that same commodity. It changed within a 20-minute period of me calling him this morning before you got here.
The American Midwest may be 10,000 kilometers from the Middle East, but farmers here are taking an economic hit from the war there.
Whoa, the economy is global? I'm sorry, I know the average voter is like actually subhumanly fucking retarded, so you have to reiterate this stuff. Did you, despite not being in the Middle East, when the oil doesn't make it out of the Middle East, the other stuff gets more expensive?
Closure of the Strait of Hormuz and spiraling attacks on energy infrastructure have driven up diesel and fertilizer costs. The waterway carries a fifth of the world's oil and a third of its fertilizer. Most farmers were actually able to lock in their fertilizer orders before the war started, but they're already...
Yeah, for now, motherfucker, how many years out did they book it? 2 or 3 or 4? How...
Looking ahead to what could be a longer period of higher input prices that could squeeze their margins for years to come.
It's extremely difficult to have a lot of uncertainties because you always want to kind of know what you need to do.
When do you think Americans will actually start feeling these effects? Well, we're going to talk about it more in a little bit. So we're already feeling the increase in gas prices, but we probably have a couple more weeks before the wider inflationary effects of this really lock in. The problem is, like, we are pretty far from the Middle East, so it physically takes a while for the oil that is not being sent out to not arrive at our ports, oil, fertilizer, whatever else. So we're waiting for a couple of weeks, but we're already seeing a massive economic crisis in East Asia, in East Africa. We're seeing it's going to hit Europe before it hits us. So like I've seen some people on social media compare it to COVID, where if you were paying close attention to the early cases in China, you realized like months before the lockdowns that the world was about to come to a screeching halt. But the average person didn't know that and had no way of knowing that. Really, it would be like it's like January 2020, and you're following the breakout in China, and you're like, oh my God, this is going to be like a this is going to be really bad. But the average person in January 2020 was just, they had no idea, there was just a buffer.
Crops you need to produce, what the prices are going to be, what your input prices are going to be. And the problem lately, and as we're talking about with the conflict with Iran and the
why is fertilizer affected by Iran war? I thought fertilizer was just cow poop. No, fertilizer is chemicals and byproducts of petroleum products. I mean, you can make fertilizer out of a lot of stuff. Fertilizer is just an aggregate of minerals that you dump into the soil that makes the plants grow better. Ammonia and nitrogens and stuff. There's you can make that with poop. You can poop on the plants if you want to, but like a significant amount of fertilizer comes from the Middle East, which we use to make food.
The Straits of Hormuz, it affects, in my opinion, everybody. The longer this goes on, it will start to affect us more.
A 7-hour drive away in Hampton, Iowa, April Hems is preparing her farm for the planting season too. To her, this current...
Watch in January 2020 was predicting that COVID would be a nothing burger. That is true. 100% it was. I was so wrong on that. I'm so glad I didn't publish an early segment that I did where I was like, this is probably going to turn out to be nothing. Because I remembered the last like dozen big viral events happening or big, contagions emanating from China being complete horseshit. And a lot of them were just xenophobia. Like, oh, look at the scary, this scary Eastern disease. But I was totally off on that one. So,
Energy and supply shock is just the latest in a string of crises for farmers.
We used to say, what's the black swan event? And I go, there's no more they're all black swans now. So I'm just looking for a white swan, somebody somewhere to raise the flag.
U.S. soybean exports to China, until last year's trade war the #1 buyer of U.S. soybeans, have yet to fully rebound. Record harvests worldwide meant commodity prices were pushed
So does she work the farm or own it? I really, not to be hateful or whatever, I really don't think with a build like that at that age she's working the farm. Every time we interview American farmers, remember that there are like 30 Mexican slaves that they've crammed into a broom cupboard somewhere, so the people who own the land can talk to the interviewers. Like it's like when we say farmer, what we usually mean is farm owner or landlord, or like in medieval terms, like the lord of the land. Dude, sometimes American media will interview these like, oh shucks, down to earth farmers, and they will own like enough land it takes hundreds of people to manage it, you know? Like they are like tiny little lords, but we treat them like they're actual farmers. And these are people, I mean, they dress up in their overalls for the camera, but you know, they're not doing the manual labor.
down, and tariffs on imports farmers need, whether on chemicals or on equipment, hit budgets too. The effects of the war.
You're just entirely wrong, my man. I'm genuinely, truly sorry, but I'm not. There are farmers that work their own land, but like my entire life, I have seen farmers in California and Texas especially be like, oh yeah, you know, me and Ma just work the farm, and they own like thousands and thousands of acres of land. You know, they're not the ones working it. What labor goes into corn and soy other than driving equipment? I don't know. Again, I mentioned California and Texas because I know mostly about like vegetable picking, which requires a ton of farm hands. I do know that corn and soybean and so on farmers do also use farmhand labor, but I don't know as much about that supply line, about that process.
In the Middle East are further compounding an already difficult cost situation.
Our commodity prices really haven't kept up with inflation, with the price of our inputs. So our margins are very, very small. So what we're doing now is just, you know, you watch the markets and plan as much as we can. And if we have to sell, you know, we have to sell even at a loss because, you know, we'll have another crop coming on and need room in the bins. So that, you know, that's farming. You just hopefully your bankers understands and sticks with you.
In these parts, farmers make up a close-knit community. A 5-minute drive takes April to fellow farmer Mark Guy. Their families have
close-knit community.
Been friends for generations. Mark Guy has some complicated accounting ahead of him as well.
Well, the week before the war started, I did a fuel inventory and figured out how much I would need to buy, and was on the verge of calling my fuel broker, and I just didn't get to it. So that little mistake was going to end up costing me substantially. I believe the fuel I will need to buy this spring will be in the 30%.
I'm looking it up because I'm interested. Soybean and corn farming absolutely use less, or they're more automated than like vegetable picking. But I'm getting a lot of like varied accounts on how frequently farmhand labor is used for them. Like some people, especially during planting, some are saying, or some of the reports, not reports, I guess sources I'm looking at are saying that it's more, and then I guess for harvesting it'd be very little. I'm not really sure. It depends on the farm size. Oh, for sure, 100%. It makes me so fucking sad. The whole like short drive away, 5 minutes from your closest neighbor. we need to reinvent the German village, man. Every time I see American farms, I think of that. It's crazy that in America, farm houses are all on the farm, like separate, rather than having the farm plots run out like spoke wheels from a center village, you know?
Higher than before the war started.
And anytime farmers plant, it requires a lot of fuel, and how soon prices will drop remains uncertain.
We have 2 planters like this, and tillage tractors, fertilizer application tractors. We will burn, you know, 300 gallons a day, maybe up to 500 when we have all those machines in operation. And that spring work season will go on for, you know, a month. Not
Just
obviously.
FYI, German farmers also tend to be landowners employers. No, that's like all farmers now. Yeah, basically. Like that happened around the turn to industrial capitalism. You know, when you abandon the lord as like the ruler of the farmlands, you have to have an owner anyway. You introduce a landowner, a landlord, and like those people are now called the farmers in a lot of cases.
Not every day is fit to run that amount of equipment, all the tractors.
Yeah, I think so, Thana. Like it's not.
Gosh, I'd have to do some math to think how many.
Often they don't even own it. It's basically like double sharecropping, kind of, where like the farmer owns the land, but in reality, the land, or at least the product of the farm, is owned by some gigantic farming megacorp. So there's like multiple layers of exploitation. Most farmers have very, very difficult jobs. It's just I also hate them because they like 90% of the time vote for the people who want to fuck their daughters or whatever, so.
1,000 gallons of fuel we'll use this spring, but it's substantial.
Across the Midwest, farmers are calculating how much longer they can absorb the cost of decisions made in Washington. Like many here in this
Ask them who
largely
they voted
conservative
for.
farming
Ask them who they
area,
voted for.
Scott Gaffner is a supporter of President Trump.
Wow. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you. Unlike More Perfect Union, you know, cutting to the...
But says patience is wearing thin among the farmers around him.
I hate you so fucking much. I hate you so goddamn much, dude. I fucking hate you. It's always the same story that they thought Trump would put blacks in their place and kick out the illegals except for the ones that work the farm. And then, like, they never have anything good to say about Trump, but they would still lay their lives down for him. They can never explain why, because if they explain why, they would understand how unlikable they would come across. Oh yeah, my patience is wearing very fucking thin with these people. Your patience is wearing thin? After 10 years of Trump?
You may look at this in a year and say, you know what, that was the best thing we did, because we now took a regime that was very volatile.
Oh my God.
That we now have the straits open and we can bring more products through.
Oh my
and
God.
Now we can just have more free trade everywhere. And it may be a thing where like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. But right now, we're very anxious because it's hitting us in the pocketbook. And it's
like genuinely, democracy can't survive these people. We need to do something. We need to do something. We can't keep doing this, man. It's great, because now, finally, things will be able to flow through the Strait of Hormuz. You shouldn't be able to vote.
it's very hard.
The government is sending help, but the $12 billion package announced in December was meant to aid farmers in the fallout of the trade war with China.
Yeah, that was the last time Trump fucked you guys over. Not that you'll ever learn.
A further $15 billion in relief to help cushion the impact of the war in the Middle East is reportedly in discussion. But what these farmers say they want most of all is not a bailout, but stability and open markets. In the absence of both...
You don't want open markets, you fucking retards. You're already pissed that you guys have to fucking sell at a global price. You benefit from so many subsidies. You don't want... You already get the free money. You don't want open markets.
At the moment, they're doing what they've always done, planning, then planting to the best of their ability.
Great. Wonderful. I have lost my patience with these fucking people. There's the divide between what they say they want, what they really want, and what they vote for. You mentioned this phenomena recently. Yeah, I guess like my theory is adjusting over time, that a lot of these people's perceptions or positions on reality are kind of beneath contempt. It's not even worth arguing with them. Their understanding of the world and their desires are so primitive that they shouldn't even be taken into consideration. It's like the Soviets, when the Soviet Union formed, marching into feudal villages and just telling everyone there that their gods weren't real and they were no longer going to, they were no longer allowed to practice like fucking polygamy or selling off the tribe's daughters or whatever. They would just, nah, you're Soviet citizens now, actually. Here's your Russian dictionary. Here's your like, Communist Manifesto. All right, farmers, you're Americans now. Did you watch the Big Joel video on Nick Fuentes? No. Seems to challenge your opinion that Fuentes isn't hateful and has no real beliefs. Whoa, hold on. Let's not mischaracterize my position here, okay? My position is that he's a thrill-seeking grifter who likes being contrarian, and that'll lead him to whatever positions are expedient. The no real beliefs thing doesn't mean that he doesn't have like biases or whatever. It just means that everything else is subservient to that. As for whether or not he's hateful, it's not really that he has no hateful views. It's that his hateful views are like a downstream of his desire to have that edgy internet persona, but they're not rooted in any kind of like, I guess, direct personal or emotional grievance. Well, I shouldn't say they're not rooted. Like, I can't read his mind. But that's not like the priority for him, I think. The Big Joel videos didn't really contradict you. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure they're good. Big Joel's a smart guy, and I like him. His fake, hateful views still have negative consequences for society and people. Yeah, of course, absolutely. I would never disagree with that. I've never said otherwise. I just think it's important to understand like why people act the way they do. Like, let me put it this way, and I this might sound like kind of crazy hyperbolic. This guy is more hateful than Nick Fuentes. Easily. He voted for Donald Trump because he hates blacks or immigrants or whatever. Genuine hateful animosity. He's so much so he's willing to risk bankrupting his farm to defend him, you know? Human cattle. But for Fuentes, I think it's less like a deeply held personal grievance and more like, you know, a desire to catch on to a wave of internet animosity that you can use to as a platform for making jokes. It sucks a little bit that like as a consequence of the post-Gamergate internet irony wave, when I say something like, oh, he's just joking, people think that I'm excusing that, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, jokes are still communication. If you make if you say something that's racist, but it's a joke, that doesn't mean you didn't say the racist thing. But there is a difference between saying something racist as a joke and saying it because you really believe it. And there's a difference between saying something racist that you really believe is a joke and saying something that you really believe that is racist but isn't a joke. There's like variances to how these things express themselves. And I think that in the big, like, I guess, totem pole of sort of how much you are cattle, this falls at the absolute lowest position, I think, which is you are incredibly hateful and unintrospective, but you will sacrifice everything, including your own material well-being, to satiate that hate, but you're not even aware of it. Like, you don't even know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Do you think Fuentes has a political project? To change the world, like to affect the world? Not even slightly. A political project in terms of like one for community building or brand building? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And I think that like telling the difference between those two sometimes can be really difficult. But I do think that, yeah. Yeah, for sure. What is that noise I'm hearing? Oh. Goddamn River was stirring up the litter box. I saw. I know, Jan Renice. Ron DeSantis looks like he's making a run for 2028. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Jesus Christ. Vosh vocabulary word of the day, facetious. Whoa! I've only said that like once. You can't make fun of me for using for busting out the ameliorates until I've used it at least 3 or 4 times in a single segment, okay? Come on, have a little bit of grace. Facetious is not only is facetious not a $5 word, it's a word you should know because it's an important concept to understand, you know? It's like not knowing ironic. Actually, I would say facetious is a more important word to understand than ironic, because ironic is so broad, you know, you're casting such a wide net. Okay, I hear noises again, and it's not coming from the litter box, and I think I know what's happening now. River is trying to cover her food bowl with debris to hide it from predators, except it's on a hardwood floor and there are no predators. So she's just scraping the ground next to the food bowl. Cats love doing that. Every cat does this. At least every cat that I've ever had has done this. Except for Artemy. I guess because Artemy would just eat all the fucking food immediately because he was a fat piece of shit. Mine did too. It's funny how smart they are and how stupid they are, you know? Like, cats are very smart animals, but then, like, their whole lives, for 15 years or whatever, they will try to bury the food when there are no predators and it's on hardwood floor, you know? I guess we're a little bit like that. Like, there are probably instinctual things that humans do that we don't think about too much. I'd have to think of some examples. I guess chat probably could faster than I could, you know? Have you ever done any of the rage bait your cat challenges out of curiosity? I don't need to be challenged to rage bait my cats. I rage bait them all the time. How often do you open the fridge when you go in the kitchen? This is going to make me sound insane, but I almost never eat food that's cold. Like, almost all the food that I eat is either prepackaged like protein bars or snacks or rice and beans and stuff. It's all in the pantry. I don't really get stuff out of the fridge or freezer. Except for, like, condiments, Greek yogurt, stuff like that. Leftovers, I eat it the first time. Eggs? I don't eat eggs. Fruits, vegetables? Nope. Meat? Nope. Sorry, you thought rice and beans was a game? You thought it was a joke? Cereal with milk? I don't have milk, and I don't eat cereal. I don't have the calories for that. Rice and beans only. Tuna cans, canned chili, protein bars. It's like 95% of my calories right there, honestly. Do you exercise at all? Don't do me like this. Not to sound snarky, but isn't that kind of miserable? No, I'm happy. You should try rice and eggs. I don't like eggs. You're almost 40, you need to learn how to cook actual meals, man. I know how to cook meals. I'm just eating the food that I like to eat. What food do you like to eat? You don't know? You people are crazy. Yeah, I love my tuna slop. Love my tuna slop. You vegetarian? Nah. I did think the rice and beans thing was a joke myself. How'd you know? I just do not crave much dietary variety. It's just not something everyone else I know does. I don't. And also, and this is 100% the TISM thing. If I vary what I eat in a day, like if one day I'm like, oh, I'm not going to have this for breakfast, I'm going to have this other thing, you know what happens? I finish it and then I'm still hungry because I haven't had the thing that I always eat for breakfast. Every breakfast I have yogurt with some granola and a protein bar. And if I have anything else for a breakfast, I'll think that was good, but I haven't had my breakfast. And then I need to have the protein bar and the yogurt with the granola, which ends up just being more calories in the long run. So instead I just eat the same thing every day. That's crazy. Yeah, well, listen, okay, I used to be 300 pounds, now I'm 200, you know. Take notes. Thank you. That's insane. Well, to a guy like me, it's normal. Maybe you're insane. Hello, River. Done spending 5 minutes covering your food bowl with the air that was on top of the hardwood floor next to your food bowl? Oh, and she goes. Doesn't your ADHD eventually make you crave something else? Nope, never. Are you suspected to be on the spectrum or just the regular tism that's been going around? What the hell are you talking about? I've been diagnosed, but I really think people put too much like stock in the value of the terminology, you know? You should just identify what you like and then do the things that you like, okay? You should identify who you are and what you want and then do the things that you want and try to like rectify the difference between who you are, what you want to be and what you want. You know, like that's all. You don't need to worry about it too much, okay? People are hyperfixated on well, which is, you know, an autism thing in itself, hyperfixated on the definitional, you know, the taxonomy of their own character, which is just not how brains work. Use a rice cooker? Yeah, of course. There's no reason to not own a rice cooker. I always make sure I have freshly cooked rice sitting on heat in the rice cooker for sure. Absolutely. You want that around, you know? Just boil it? Okay, if you use a rice cooker, aren't they expensive? No. If you use a rice cooker, you just put the rice in, you hit a button, and then you can keep it warm for days. You don't have to make it go cold. You don't have to reheat it. You literally just for like 2 or 3 days, you have warm rice ready, perfect temperature. You open it, bam, right there. Days? Yes, yes. Rice cookers can keep rice fine and warm for days. Whereas if you have a pot that you've boiled it in, not only do you have to like manage it and so on, but then you can't. You have to put it in the fridge after. That's how you dry it out? No, because rice cookers are a sealed environment. They don't dry out. Big rice cooker propaganda? Literally, I've had rice cookers my entire life. I can't imagine not having one. It's crazy to me. But I also eat a fuck ton of brown rice, so, you know, whatever. You can also make other stuff in there. And you can make seasoned rice. Rice, water, and then some, you know, throw some cumin, cilantro, some lime juice in there, have some Mexican rice. I don't fucking care, whatever you want. I don't think that's good. It is. I don't listen. Don't talk unless you know, and I know. Like, there are people in chat right now. They've been like, I don't know if you can keep the rice warm for days in the rice cooker. Yes, you can. I know you're reheating, funnily enough, the viral internet story, okay? The problem is when the rice goes cold and then you reheat it, then you freeze it, then you reheat it, so on, okay? There's no chance for the bacteria to develop on the rice if you keep it warm for a couple of days and it never loses temp. How hot is the rice, though? I don't know. It depends on the rice cooker. Hot, perfect temperature to eat. Yum, yum. You put anything in a rice cooker, oil or salt? I don't usually, but sometimes I do, yeah. I mean, adding a little bit of salt's a great idea. You know, just a little bit. Wait, do you leave it on for days? Yeah, like 2 or 3 days. I wouldn't go past that. 2 or 3 days, yeah. Excuse me. Does yours have a listed max for keeping warm? I don't know. You can keep it warm for 2 or 3 days. I don't know. Maybe the rice cooker says you can't do it for more than 2 seconds because they're worried about liability or something. You can keep it warm for 2 or 3 days. I promise you, you can. You can. I don't care what the fuck they say. It's like it's like when you go to the grocery store and it says, you know, sell by blank, but the date that they put there is like way too early, you know? They're deliberately underestimating the longevity of the food because they want to free themselves from any potential liability. But you can, oh no, my chicken breast says sell by the day before right now. I can't eat this, and it's perfectly fine chicken, you know? What kind of rice cooker do you have? I don't know. Literally, you can just get any rice. You can. It's not a fancy item. You can just buy a $30 rice cooker or a $20. I don't know. Whatever. Just get it. It'll work fine. Trust me. But isn't the temperature a breeding ground for bacteria? No, it's not that simple, man. You can keep stews going for days. Crock pots, you can keep cooking for days. It's not not like the moment the food reaches the air, it's like a countdown, like 10 hours until it's bad or whatever. You can leave food out in the night and then eat it the next morning. It's not as complicated as people think it is. You know, people are so worried. Look, just don't eat shit that has mold on it at all. And, you know, don't reheat and then refrigerate stuff a bunch of times and you're fine. You're fine. Your body is more resilient than you think, okay? Your ancestors were eating uncooked meat that they bit off the wings of birds they hunted, okay? You don't need to worry so much. There are perpetual stews from World War II, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that used to be a big... That was literally one of the main ways people made food for hundreds of years. They just had a pot of stew that they kept warm for days or weeks or months. Bread starters, you know? Like that, those go years and years and years, you know? See, you all were making fun of me for not cooking, but it seems like in reality, you guys are the ones who can't cook. You can keep rice warm for more than 12 hours? Won't it be a gigantic coagulated blob of bacteria? No, it won't. Ay, ay. You look like shit, Vosh. Is the news really that bad? Would I have to deal with this if I was a woman? Yeah, probably. Buy a fucking rice cooker. Yeah, but I would deal with it, but if I was a woman, the Simpson chat would be like, no, you can't say that. You look beautiful today. What? I'm complaining too much. Some of you guys do that for me already. I'm not gonna worry about it. Smile more, you look better, haha. That's true. Women are stronger than me because if I was at a grocery store feeling bad and somebody told me to smile, I would lose my fucking mind. I would lose my goddamn mind. Okay, Vosh, you're white, I'm Asian, I use rice cookers every day, we're not the same. But aren't we the same? Because I also use rice cookers every day. Like, that's not an exaggeration. I've probably eaten rice every day of my life for the past several years. And it's always from a rice cooker. So, if anything, wouldn't that mean, like, you are Asian, I'm white, but we're brothers in arms? Are we not, like, are all men not brothers? It is funny, though, that white people get weird about rice cookers, but, like, every Asian family I've ever known has a rice cooker. The fact that you know to keep rice warm and cooker for 3 days means you're honorary Asian. White people would just throw it out the next day. I feel like, if anything, it'd be the opposite, right? You'd have, like, Japanese guys being like, no, 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 I make rice artisanally the way my grandma did, and they make it in a pot, like in some fancy way. But it's the opposite. It's white people who are like, I'll just boil it in the pot. And Japanese people who are like, there's a button you can press that instantly makes the rice and holds it at a perfect temperature for several days. What's the point of a rice cooker versus just cooking it? You rewind the segment. I don't know what to tell you. Rewind the segment, okay? Is there like a Ghibli film where somebody uses a rice cooker? Is that what it'll take to convince the white people? Wash rice, put it in cooker, press button, you done. It's even better for me because I eat brown rice. You don't even have to wash that. There's no starch. No starch has been added to keep the grains separate because it still has the fibrous shell. I think you do. Well, I'm alive, so. You should wash your rice cooker? Yeah, you should wash your rice cooker. Good Lord. You're supposed to wash white rice? We should move on. Frog is from the arsenic. Is this a main channel segment? I didn't think it'd have the sauce to be one, but maybe I was wrong. All right. That's enough. Okay. So, for the past couple of weeks, American political wonks have watched in awe, jaw agape, as American market oil prices have stubbornly refused to rise as the rest of the world's have. And a lot of that has been because the Trump administration is so invested in its strategy of profiting off of global instability by doing insider trading, right? So every time Trump worries about the markets going up or wants the markets to go up, he'll say that the war with Iran is about to end. And every time he wants the markets to go down, he'll say that the war with Iran is only just beginning. And he's been doing this up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. But, and I'm very happy to announce this to you guys, it's not working anymore. Here are the crude oil futures for the past 5 days. Up to $103, a smooth gradient upwards. We had the classic like Friday and Monday market disruptions. You know, on Friday, Trump says that we're about to nuke Iran, and right after markets close, and right before markets open on Monday, he says, "Ooh, peace deal almost reached," but it's not doing anything anymore. The oil prices are just rising now. Yeah, the president who cried wolf. I mean, you can see we've had these fluctuations. They've been whiplashing back and forth for a while, but now we have seen a stable rise, and we are higher than the price that we hit for any reasonable length of time back during the like opening panic session, which means it's going to keep going up for a while, at least in my opinion. There might still be some fluctuations, but I think it's finally happening. It's going to be real bad. Gas prices are already up like 40%. Diesel up even more than that. The average gas price across the United States is about to hit $4. In East Asia, there are market crises. The Philippines, Thailand, Japan, South Korea have all panicked and begun their own, you know, national initiatives for conserving fuel. All across East Africa, like the entire eastern coast, pretty much immediately they had shortages. You know, these countries do not have the massive reserves of petroleum that we do. It's already begun to hit as well in Europe, and it's only a matter of time before it hits us. Bloomberg is openly talking about $220 a barrel. Well, considering the fact that the most recent credible news we've seen from the Middle East is A, the invasion of Karg Island seems almost inevitable at this point, and B, apparently the president is considering an operation to recover the enriched uranium from the deep underground facilities that we bombed last year, which would be an incredibly costly, expensive, and dangerous operation undertaken for literally no reason. Yeah, it might hit $220 a barrel. We'll have to see. It doesn't help that the strategy for insider trading has been getting made fun of, right? This is the speaker for Iran's parliament. Heads up, pre-market so-called news or truth is often just a setup for profit-taking. Basically, it's a reverse indicator. Do the opposite. If they pump it, short it. If they dump it, go long. See something tomorrow, you know the drill. And, that was yesterday, predictably, today, Trump opens with the truth. The U.S. is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. It did nothing. I think he's finally run out of the gas on this one. It did nothing. It's like part two. You know what I mean? Your next line will be, except everyone knew what his next line would be, so it wasn't that impressive when the Speaker of Iran's parliament said so. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and obliterating their electric generating plants, oil well, Karg Island, blah, blah, blah. We've all heard this before. It doesn't matter. He's bored, isn't he? Well, we know Trump is bored, but he's also losing his ability to insider trade, or to, I should say, to provoke market manipulation so inside traders can benefit from it, which means that him and his inner circle are no longer even personally benefiting from this war. We're all going to suffer. A lot of Indian stuff reporting on several people at the UN quitting after issuing a statement that a nuclear strike in Iran is being planned. Yes. The United Nations has been seriously discussing and planning for, I'm speaking very broadly here, the United Nations. There has been talk at the United Nations of a potential nuclear escalation to the war, which, by the way, if it happened, would almost certainly come from us, not from Israel at this stage. In fact, I believe I believe that in response to our planned amassed invasion of Iran, Israel said that they would not join us militarily. Like, Goyim dead only on this one, I'm afraid. Nasty stuff. Our greatest ally. Here. Israel's Channel 12 says that in case of a U.S. ground operation in Iran, Israel's soldiers will not be participating on the ground. Phenomenal stuff. No, there's a legitimate fear of a nuclear strike for sure. I mean, why not? It seems like Trump single-handedly ended Western hegemony over the global economy. You know, like the downstream effects of the strikes in Iran look like they're going to unwind the complicated and entangled net of alliances and financial incentives that have allowed us to control the global oil market for decades. Italy's defense minister says the intel that he's seen keeps him up at night. Yeah. 2 nights ago, I didn't sleep, and not because of the referendum. Minister Guido Crosetto, the conflict in Iran keeps you awake, but the government suffered a huge defeat in the referendum. Is the honeymoon over? I live this war and its possible consequences 24 hours a day. I'm forced to know things that no longer let me sleep because of what might happen in the coming weeks, because of the effects it'll have on the economy and our daily lives. I understand that it's much more intriguing to try to twist the knife in that wound. You've decided to call a government defeat, which I, on the other hand, consider a defeat for justice and some democratic values, but I'm not dodging it. So this is the defense minister of a fascist regime, and a journalist is trying to get his goat, being like, you lost hard last night. And his actual literal response is, okay, I know you're trying to like get me down right now, but I'm much more focused on the shit that I heard, what's going to go down in Iran. Like, okay, that's super dick move of you, by the way, but like, just to let you know, that's not even close to the top thing in my mind. So you can just wonder, I mean, it's a defense minister in a NATO country. You can decide what intel he's been exposed to. Because we don't know. What's this in reference to? What's the referendum about? Italian government stuff, not relevant to what we're talking about. Local domestic elections relating to the Meloni's party and their popularity. Not relevant to the other business. Dollars as a share of the foreign global currency reserves at lowest level. Wow. That's quite a sell-off. Bloomberg Intelligence USD share of global foreign currency reserves in percent. Jesus, from the high right here, I guess right before the Iraq War at 64%, all the way down to 40%, and it might go quite a bit lower still. You can really feel the Trump terms too. Look at that, 2016 to 2020. And then right here, I guess the end of the Biden term right here. Did you see the leaked video of Netanyahu saying he funds Hamas? Yeah, but we already knew that. Where's Biden? Biden, for the most part, is the relatively stable period right here. (2021) news. It's looking real bad, guys. Oh, look, it's already up to 103.10. When I began this segment, it was at what, 102.92 or something? What are the chances Trump throws Israel under the bus for this? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter at this point. I still think that a lot of people don't realize, and I used this analogy earlier, and I'm cribbing it off other people. Oh my God. But like, it's like the weeks before COVID hit America. You know what I mean? People are it doesn't matter at this point. The consequences of our bombing of Iran are going to be so severe and so long-standing that they will overwhelm whatever temporal decision-making Trump makes in the wake of it. There's no uncorking this champagne bottle, you know? We're looking at, WTI. Let's look at Brent. Look at that, man. Brent is at 113. A stable and continuous rise over the past week. The market manipulation business probably isn't going to work out so well anymore. So we're entering the cool zone? Yes, I think so. Yes. Beijing might be a guarantor of any future deal. Well, yeah, who would trust Americans? What's the cool zone? It's a widely used and respected term among historians. It's like a train that's already lost control of its brakes. It's not derailed yet, but it's picking up speed and there's nothing to stop it. Kuwait desalination plant taken offline. Really? Like just now? No, okay. 7 hours ago. But like, you know. Not 7, 19 hours. Okay. Hours ago, yeah. Indian worker killed in Iranian attack in Kuwait power and desalination plant. Woo! Toll rises to 8. Iran denies responsibility for the attack? Sure. Who cares? Iran denies bombing the plant might have been Israel. It doesn't really matter at this point, to be honest with you. Is this a good time to start my driver's license? It's not really about the gas prices in the long run. It's about inflation broadly. It's about food prices. Once we start to see the downstream effects of the increase in the cost of fertilizer, there's a lot of stuff. Not to be super annoying about it, but you're dead wrong on the Italian referendum. Am I? My understanding was the thing that the defense minister was being chastised for was the fact that his party suffered a defeat. Am I incorrect on this? You're right. Okay, yeah, that was the extent of my knowledge. Did I say something that was incorrect? Yeah, Maloney lost big time. Yeah, okay, that's my thought. Yeah, I thought that was what I was. I think Chatter misunderstood you. I probably described it poorly. I mean, I didn't really know what the referendum was about. I just understood it was something Maloney was unhappy about. That's the only thing that I really saw. At any rate, have you heard what's going to happen when the helium supply drops like this? I've heard bad things will happen. You know, I'm no expert in the subject. My bad, sorry. No worries. No worries. Yeesh. Dude, that's true. That's like everything he said was true. It's all going to be gone. True. Yeah, I don't really know. We're entering a new era. A very, very spooky new era. And I don't think, like, it's getting to the point where I'm not really sure if there's anything even good American politicians could do to undo what is happening, which I guess kind of, it goes back into my point a little bit about how the real, like the real things that will end the American empire, like the real consequences will be a product not of Trump specifically, but rather of a bipartisan consensus, which I stand by the way, because Kamala Harris was hawkish on Iran. I'm not accepting disagreement on this one. It is undeniable that the Democrats would have handled this better, but the Democrats also postured aggression towards Iran and refused to criticize Israel in a way that I was satisfied by. So the underlying motivational factor, for all we know, we'd still be in this damn war. Didn't she say Iran was the greatest threat? Yeah, which is an absolutely insane thing to say. Just like an unbelievably stupid thing to say. And only makes sense if you think that Israel is part of America, which it is not, to my knowledge. I could be wrong on that. Besant fills you with confidence as ever. We still coping? Man, look at that global stock market exchange. The world is not happy. Can we get a longer term outlook here rather than just the past day? Kamala would not be doing this to the world. I mean, Kamala wouldn't like run on it, but Israel was already getting to do whatever it wanted under Biden, weren't they? Like they were doing a genocide in Gaza. They were expanding illegal settlements in the West Bank. They were invading Lebanon, and they were striking Syria. So, like Mike Johnson's excuse for how we entered this war initially was that Iran was going to be attacked by Israel anyway, and we had to join in because Israel would retaliate by hitting our bases. I don't really know what Kamala would have done differently there. Like you can say Kamala is smarter than Trump, and that's true, but also she and Biden were totally deferential to Israel. That's cope. Kamala failed to get elected. Coulda, shoulda, woulda is meaningless. Well, it's not cope because it's important to understand that the world is not ending right now because Trump specifically is a retard. Trump being a retard might hasten the factors that lead to this collapse. But we have to appreciate the fact that a lot of this, like we were already hurtling towards the wall. You know, we were already falling down the pit. We'd already sacrificed a bunch of international legitimacy defending anything and everything that Israel did. I can't read that shit, Uves. Israel tried to do this under Biden, but even Biden, who allowed what you listed, was blocked by the Biden amendment. Yeah, but the Biden wouldn't have stopped Israel from attacking Iran. And what's more, like I'm willing to bet that Israel delayed on some of their plans because they were hoping for a Trump win because they knew Trump would be easier to work with. But had Biden or Kamala Harris won in 24, I feel like they probably would have gone ahead with this anyway. Really don't think she would have done this, Voss. She just would have stopped Netanyahu from escalating. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can. I guess we'll never really know. All I can tell you is that Democratic leadership has not meaningfully condemned Trump for what he's doing. Not now and not back when he struck Iran last year either. You know, Schumer and Jeffries' criticisms of both of these attacks have largely been procedural, but they don't disagree with the underlying logic. The underlying logic being, you know, we have to defend Israel no matter what, greatest ally in the Middle East, Iran's the most dangerous regime, they cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, they were developing a nuclear weapon, etc., 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 right? Like if you can't condemn the underlying logic, it'd be like saying it's bad that Germany invaded Poland, but believing that Poland was genociding ethnic Germans on their western border. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you might disagree with what Germany did, but you're kind of supporting the reason they said they had to do it. I don't. This is the dumbest possible regime that had no exit strat and couldn't even anticipate losing control of the Strait of Hormuz. So your suggestion then is that Kamala Harris would have watched as Israel did this and then gracefully exited or initiated peace talks? I guess I'm just not sure what the play-by-play would be, you know? She would have done it but smarter? The instability in the Middle East is the product of a bipartisan foreign policy engagement. You know, it's not just Donald Trump now. What's happening right now has been brewing for decades, working with the illegitimate Saudi, UAE, so on and so forth, Gulf state governments, prioritizing our relationship with them as oil providers over human rights in their countries, castigating and, ostracizing the Iranian regime, giving Israel permission to do whatever it wants. Like, I don't know, like, this has been building for a long time. Did Germany do that? Yeah. That was Germany's like main excuse going into Poland. That was their big, like, we have to liberate the ethnic Germans in the western border of Poland, that sort of thing. Yeah, Masaigo, but that implies that Israel is rational in what it decides to bite off, and also that we wouldn't have supported them to some extent then. Anyway, we're not having an argument about whether or not Kamala Harris would have done exactly what Trump has done, because I didn't say that. What we're having an argument about is whether or not this powder keg that's built up was the product of a broader American strategy. And the answer is it absolutely was. The way Israel is, the way Iran is, the way the Gulf states are, and the way the Strait of Hormuz is, are all the product of decades of action that we've taken. It was always a powder keg, and we've only been adding more powder since October 7th, you know? Israeli parliament officially passed tolling bill for the Strait. That's so based of them. Get a little dosh. They know the economy's looking bad too. They're trying to tighten their belt a little bit. Yeah, but if the Democrats are elected now, what could they do? I don't think they could. I like I said, I think that you can't uncork this champagne bottle. You know what I mean? How do you explain the anomaly of Obama nuclear deal? I'm not going to lie, Obama might have been our only out. As much as I dislike Obama personally, keep in mind that the JCPOA was opposed by Chuck Schumer. You know? Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Trump, Biden, and Kamala were all more deferential to Israel than Obama. Obama was unique in this respect. My guess, honestly, because he's young. Sounds crazy, but like the infinite deference to Israel comes to a large extent from the Christian evangelism or evangelicism, and B, like connection to the MIC power players that kind of orchestrate our relationship with the state of Israel. And, Clinton, their big stock New York City fat cat types, at least they turned into them. And I mean, Biden's pretty anomalous himself. Kamala Harris just did what Biden did, or said she would do what Biden did. But Obama was young, not really connected to those types. He might have carved a different path. I think the JCPOA was a good piece of, a good extension of goodwill to the Iranian people. Keep in mind, Obama also took Cuba off the designated state sponsor of terror list. Tried to end the embargo. He was, again, I don't like him, but credit where credit is due. He was good on Iran and Cuba. Yeah, Netanyahu hated Obama for the Iran deal, and Schumer was against it too. Might have been Obama was the last time that we had a politician who was both differential and popular enough to really oppose Israel. No, Schumer wrote out a big old article, his Substack post back in 2015 on why he did not like the JCPOA. And it's basically just Republican propaganda. I mean, he's saying here the exact same stuff that Republicans are saying to defend Trump's incursion into Iran now, which is like they're an Islamic regime, they're anti-Semitic, they're a threat, they're going to get the nukes anyway, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, I will vote to disapprove this agreement, not because I believe war is a viable or desirable option, nor to challenge the path of diplomacy. It is because I believe Iran will not change. If you think that Iran will not change in a treaty, you are against the path of diplomacy. This is contradictory. You can't say that the enemy cannot be reasoned with and then say, well, I'm not getting in the way of diplomacy. If diplomacy is not an option, then war is the only option. That's what you're laying out. And of course, like, Schumer won't condemn this war either. So it's because I believe Iran will not change, and under this agreement, it'll be able to achieve its dual goals of eliminating sanctions while ultimately retaining its nuclear and non-nuclear power. Nuclear and non-nuclear power. Schumer, that's all power. That's all of the power that anyone can have. Every person and country is a combination of nuclear and non-nuclear power. What do you mean? Better to keep U.S. sanctions in place, strengthen them, and enforce secondary sanctions on other nations, and pursue the hard-trodden path of diplomacy once more, difficult as it may be. Hard-trodden path of diplomacy, but also I don't believe they can change. And also, you know what will really pressure the Iranian regime to change? Maintaining the sanctions that we've had on them for 40 years. That have not even remotely changed their government. I know they've had like a, familial, religious, theocratic dictatorship for 40 years, but surely if we keep just doing the same thing we were already doing, this is going to change. Crazy. I fucking hate him. I hate him so much. I hate this guy so much. Fucking my job as a Senate minority leader is to keep Democrats pro-Israeli. Yeah. It's not working, dog. Yeah, I wish they would build a fucking nuke. I mean, from IRGC officer posting at the moment they see an intent on trying to destroy Trump, the GOP, and pro-Israeli democratic political power in the USA by nuking gas prices via the Strait of Hormuz. The way they're posting, I almost expect them to sort of super hack in America. Well, sure. Okay, hold on. Masaigo, I feel like you're laying it on a little bit thick, okay? If the Iranians are smart, and I have every reason to believe they're smarter than we are, than American leadership is, they would understand that the Democrats will just continue the status quo that was maintained prior to... Keep in mind, Iran was not doing well a year ago, Not well at all. Like, the sanctions and their global ostracization from socially and economically from the world... it's really cut into their ability to do standard nation building stuff, Like they've literally been pumping money into proxies in the region to funnel, regime change wars abroad, positioning themselves against Israel, but not directly. I don't think they want to return to the status quo. I think they want to end American and Israeli influence over the Middle East, which is reasonable for them to want. And if they want to do that, they will not just wait for a Dem victory, They have to keep turning the screws forever, at least for a while, which is what I hope they do, I do not want a Democrat to come in and then just reset everything to the status quo. You don't fix, like a powder keg Middle East situation by dusting the fire off and then replacing the unlit powder kegs, By the way, Saudi Arabia also opposed the nuclear deal, lol. Yeah, well, they're Hitlerite, Well, the new leader doesn't have that fatwa nuts. We need the status quo right now. But if we get the status quo right now, in the future, we're just going to be back here again. We have a rampaging, militant, Jewish supremacist Israeli state armed with more weaponry than the rest of the Middle East combined, doing whatever they want, invading Lebanon, and we have Hezbollah and Hamas and Houthi, a bunch of like Iranian-backed Islamist pseudo-regimes fighting against their expansion, fighting against Saudi Arabia in the case of the Houthis. We have attacks on Yemen, Israel's changed its mind about Julani and is now like positioning regime change in Syria, which I'm sure they'll get around to in addition to all the other shit they want to stir up. The status quo was always unstable. We don't want to go back to it. It's just going to lead us here again, We need a fundamental solution. You got holes in your roof, and it's raining, and you're praying for the day the rain ends so you cannot fix the holes in the roof. Will this increase the price of Dubai chocolate? I feel like you guys aren't taking this very seriously. It's unreasonable to suggest that Harris would have been this bad, this clumsy, this thoughtless, this hawkishness aside. She would have listened to the Pentagon who said this was all an awful idea. Okay, but like, are you satisfied with that? A bipartisan status quo that continues to empower a rampaging genocidal state that's trying to reclaim its biblical borders, maintains sanctions against Iran, allows the powder keg to continue to build? Like, wouldn't it be nice, just hypothetically, if we had a Democratic presidential candidate who wasn't a fucking psychopath when it came to Middle Eastern foreign policy? Because Biden was the adult in the room. Actually, from his age, he was the most adult in almost every room he was in. And, in spite of that, what did we get in the Middle East? Mass destabilization because of his deference to Israel. We've built more and more towards an almost like worst case scenario because of it. You don't have to be satisfied with it. It's just stupid to act like things wouldn't be better. I feel like, oh man, I have said many times Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Trump. I don't know why we're pretending that I haven't said that. What I'm saying is that Trump and Kamala Harris have both been walking in the same direction. There is a wall, and one day we will collide with it. And right now we're moving very quickly towards it. And under Kamala Harris, they would have kept walking towards it. That's my point. Yeah, like the problem with centering your electoral strategy around lesser evilism is that people do in fact forget that they're voting for a lesser evil, you know? The powder keg that is the Middle East has been getting worse and worse and worse with decades, and much worse since October 7th. This is just a fact. And no American president, admittedly, save for Obama, seems to have been willing to address the underlying problems there, which unrelenting Israeli military and territorial ambitions, our ostracization of Iran, our reliance on the Gulf states. Those are the big three in terms of like what we can do, what we have power over, you know? Those three are the big ones. And they have not they have not been getting better. Trump is certainly worse on them than, you know, Obama 3 or Biden 2 or Kamala 1 would be, but, you know. Just because someone's going in a bad direction doesn't mean they stay that way. Nothing Biden or Kamala ever did ever indicated to me they would fix these problems, or even try to. Everything Biden did over the course of his presidency told me that he was one of the worst people possible to have in charge after October 7th. I will not be gaslit into forgetting how it felt to be lied to over and over by these grinning Department of State psychopaths who would just straight up tell journalists they were wrong on reporting that had been internationally vetted, dozens and dozens of global NGOs, agencies reporting on the genocide, on specific atrocities, and they would just laugh it off. They were fucking demonic. I'm not forgetting that shit, okay? They were really, really bad. I'm not getting gaslit into forgetting, oh, Trump's great, Trump's bad too. Yeah, Trump's bad too. But you know what? In my opinion, the State Department under Marco Rubio has not yet hit the highs of sociopathy that they hit post-October 7th under Biden. Marco Rubio himself might be a psychopath, but I will not forget how I felt watching those fucking day-by-day briefings where these so-called liberals, these so-called, you know, champions of liberal values had to grin and shrug off every one of thousands of individual reports on openly illegal and immoral behavior from the Israeli state that would have made our aid to them illegal, that did make our aid to them illegal, and they just laughed it off. It was nothing to them. They were just grinning through it. It was like a joke to them. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit. My cortisol levels are spiking thinking about it. Evidence the point that Biden dismissed her joining the JCPOA after Iran extended an offer. Yeah, seriously. This is like a uniquely Obama thing. The Biden admin didn't want the JCPOA because the Biden admin was doing what Israel wanted it to. I'm sorry, but it really is that simple. Israel hated the JCPOA because Israel wants war with Iran and has for a long time. Biden was infinitely deferential to Israel on basically every imaginable level, and as such, they were uninterested in the JCPOA. After the Supreme Leader of Iran signaled a willingness to return to nuclear negotiations with the United States, the Biden admin cast doubt on the likelihood of resuming talks in the near future. We will judge Iran's leadership by their actions, not their words, a State Department spokesman said Tuesday. If Iran wants to demonstrate seriousness or a new approach, they should stop nuclear escalations and start meaningfully cooperating with the IAEA, they added, referencing the International Atomic Energy Agency, an intergovernmental watchdog that Tehran is often subverted. That's what the JCPOA is for. If Iran's interested in abiding by the treaty that we haven't proposed to them, that we broke actually under Trump, maybe they should consider.
The Trump campaign says it was hacked by the Iranian government. The claims comes a day after Microsoft issued a report detailing foreign attempts to interfere in the 2024 election.
Wait, is it playing?
The report cited.
Oh, I'm sorry. Audio? Yeah, I see that. Thank you. I don't know why it started playing. Thank you, ABC News. Look at this. Look at how openly contradictory this is. Keep in mind, this is under Biden. The State Department spokesperson said the administration still saw a negotiated solution as the best way to contain Iran's nuclear program, but that Iran's failure to cooperate with the IAEA and its escalatory actions made diplomacy impossible. What? We think that a negotiated solution is the best way to contain their program, but we are unwilling to negotiate a solution because Iran is not preemptively following the guidelines set by international organizations that we would have to negotiate them into joining. The JCPOA was the negotiated solution, but they don't want to do it again because Iran isn't already abiding by what the outcome of the negotiated solution would be. This is doublespeak. We know this isn't the real explanation from Biden's administration, right? We all know that? We're all aware of that? Is it a 2024 article? Yep. Post October 7th. Post October 7th, the Iranian regime reached out to the Biden administration and said that they were interested in renegotiating in talks. The Iranian regime reached out, and Biden was like, nah, don't think so. So they were preparing an intervention? Well, what exactly do you think the long-term outcome is going to be of Iran is building nuclear weapons? There's no way to stop them through diplomacy. Iran must never have nuclear weapons. What exactly do you think America and or Israel is going to do long-term if those are like the tenets leading up? Kamala says that Iran is the greatest threat to America right now. The Biden regime refuses to negotiate with Iran over rejoining the JCPOA. Everyone says it's clear that Iran can never have nukes. What did you think was going to happen? You all get my point. The problem is Harris probably would not have been able to get back in the JCPOA anyway. It was probably too late by then anyway. She didn't want to. How can we know? Iran wanted to negotiate, and we didn't. Here, let me just send this over. 1 second. My cortisol is, in fact, spiking. Pissing me the fuck off. I feel like every time we bring up that there's a bipartisan influence in the problems this country's having, a bunch of people in chat are like, well, you don't really think that Trump isn't worse than Kamala, which I didn't say. But then when we bring up the fact that Kamala and Biden were much worse than you remember, all of them go quiet. I looked at YouTube chat before. There were a bunch of people being like, this is ridiculous. He sounds like a fucking tanky. He's just trying to suck up to Hassan. Why is Vosh saying that Biden and Kamala wouldn't have done better? And then you look at clear, unambiguous evidence that under Biden, they were unwilling to return to the JCPOA. They weren't willing to negotiate. They weren't willing to use diplomacy. They were saying that Iran was pursuing, but must never have nuclear weapons. What the fuck did you think was going to happen there? Seriously, can somebody tell me what the Democratic agenda was there? What the plan was? We can't negotiate with Iran. They can't be allowed to have nuclear weapons. We know that Israel wants to invade Iran or bomb Iran or do something with Iran because they love killing people. What were the Democrats going to do, man? I'm not quiet the fact you're engaging in this while equating not being willing to negotiate with bombing schools. I have no idea what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying. Is there not an appreciable difference between a Trump presidency and a Kamala presidency to not warrant your existential vote? Who the fuck is talking about voting? I'm saying that the reason we are here is because of a bipartisan consensus. But also, you know what? Kamala lost her shot on pitching her candidacy to the American people. That's on her, not me. I voted. Now, would I vote for her again? No. Past the point, the Democrats are going to have to start taking this seriously. If they ran an actual, like, living pile of dog shit, would they be preferable to whatever the Republicans are pitching in 28, Vance or something? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm not voting for dog shit. A lot of Democrat Simpson here. They don't get we want good, not better. I think that a lot of Democrat Simps want good as well. They just are so cucked by corporate interests, or there's maybe not corporate interests. They're so cucked by political arguments that are downstream of corporate interests that they have no idea what good looks like or how to get there, you know? They think that moderation is the only way forward. So it's like Trump is hurtling towards the wall at 100 miles an hour and Kamala is hurtling towards it 50 miles an hour, and it legitimately doesn't occur to them that there's a wall there or they're moving in the same direction. Like they actually think they're breaking in a different direction, you know? I think I've made the argument plenty of times, but I would hope anyone who's, you know, with me on this, like Biden did not take us in a different direction than Trump won. He just didn't. Like everything that was fundamentally wrong with the country back under Trump won, every direction we were heading in, every like measure of systematic decline, Biden continued them. Did he continue them as badly? No. But did they continue nonetheless? Yes. Yeah. Biden's presidency did like nothing to change the country. The country continued to get less democratic under Biden, not because, mind you, Biden was less democratic than Trump. He wasn't. Trump was much more authoritarian in 2016 than Biden was in 2020, but because the underlying causal factors of the death of American democracy, capital influence, did not wane at all under Biden's term. Nothing improved there. So, yes, the decay continued. Doesn't this directly tie back to your managed democracy point? That we don't need a democracy right now because it wouldn't mean anything anyway? Yeah, maybe a little bit. I just don't know why the discourse is focused on litmus testing instead of taking hold of the conversation in a positive direction. Litmus testing can be used to take the conversation in a positive direction, you know? Like, I think it's good to not vote for people who support a genocide. I think that's a really good litmus test. We all do litmus tests, you know? If you have no litmus test, then you're giving both parties permission to sink the floor lower and lower. Like, you'll always just vote for the better candidate. Okay, then like why try? Why believe in anything then? Because you don't have beliefs or values. All you have is like a utilitarian calculus that you applied to the presidential and nothing else. Oh, well, Hitler 99%, Hitler 100%. That's why the bar keeps lowering. You know, 10 years ago, we were arguing over Medicare for all. Now look what we're arguing over. What are the Democrats offering as an alternative to all this, you know? Nah, man, one will always be better than the other. That same could be said of anything. It's meaningless. One is always going to be better than the other. The same could be said of any two things. The Holocaust or asteroid hitting Berlin. What do you like? It's meaning. That's always the case. You can always do comparative analyses between two things and decide that one thing is worse than another thing. You know. What's the point then? Who are we arguing about? Or what are we arguing for? What's like the outcome, you know? The Holocaust or slavery. Well, I've done my historical research, I've done my calculus, and I've decided that one of them is marginally better than the other. So, we're going to go with that. Why? It's so pseudo-intellectual, man. The idea that because you can distill any comparative choice to a better and a worse option means that you have to, and means that's the best way to engage with politics. In reality, almost all of the big eras of change that we've had in this country, positive change, have been predicated on ideologically motivated people gunning hard for the things they care about. You know, FDR built his candidacy and all the good stuff that he did afterwards on a platform of strong arming and very, very aggressive, like, union organizers. People who weren't willing to go, well, this guy is a little better than this guy, so we'll just settle for that. No, you want people who are so strong, who are so emphatic and influential that they are willing to continue pushing for the change they want, even when they're offered moderate reform, even when they're offered conciliatory gestures along the way. MLK Jr.? Yeah, are you familiar with Letter from a Birmingham Jail, in which MLK famously said the white moderate is at least better than the Klan member, so white moderates are fine then? I remember that. That was good. They had me read that in high school. Mike Nellis? I don't know who Mike Nellis is. Okay, what do we have here? Oh yeah, I saw this. Ticking time bomb from its supply of oil, according to a briefing note from JP Morgan. Excuse me. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer for America to feel the impact of the war. FDR was kind of forced into radical change. He succumbed to pressure and decided to meet the moment. But you guys realize that, like, in an environment where both politics and media are heavily corporate run, if you signal that you're always just willing to go with the better option, there's no incentive for the corporate media and the politicians they've bought to not just be the slightly better than the worst versions of themselves, right? Like, if there's no meaningful upward pressure, if you're only ever qualifying the value of a candidate against a slightly worse candidate, then pretty soon we're all going to be arguing over, like, you know, whether or not we're fighting for a 1 or 2% top marginal tax rate or so. Like, what you have to be ideological. But like the most influential people politically who have built their power not off of like warfare and conquest. I'm not talking about Napoleon or Bismarck or whatever. Have understood that hardline ideological advocacy is what gets stuff done. You know, like you can moderate all you want. You can, you know, you can 6 or 7 your way through government, but the real the policies that will keep you remembered by history, the really big momentous changes, are not made as a concession to the least evil outcome. You know what I mean? The New Deal was not the lesser evil. It was just good. And it was sold to people on that basis. And I think that what people need to understand is that the Democrats are losing in large part because they aren't giving people the good argument. They're giving people the less bad argument. They're always defining themselves in opposition to Trump. Well, I wouldn't do this insanely corrupt, obviously evil thing. Great, man. Neither would I. But I don't want to vote for some random fucking nobody, you know, Zionist with corpo ties just because they're not going to be as bad as this. I want you to sell me on something, on a vision. But Schumer and Jeffries continue to lead the party legislatively, and neither of them are interested in even pretending they're that kind of person, you know? I'd have to think about it quickly. I'll revisit that when I read Donos, I think. And Harris never offered anything life-changing to Americans either, yeah? Seriously. Like, Harris's pitch was, I'm like Biden, except I'll have a Republican in my cabinet, as if Merrick Garland wasn't a Republican. And also, what was it? Like a grant for people buying their first house? Like, well, come on, dude. Because, again, to the Democrats, politics is a waste of time. They think of it as an undignified, unnecessary distraction from their real job as technocratic managers. So to them, the idea of having to pitch something big to have to get people excited, they don't like that. It's undignified. Oil's 104. Jesus Christ. Oil's 104? It was 103 a minute ago. Yeah, it's at 104 now. Jesus fucking Christ. See how that goes. The party was entrenched with establishment interests when FDR won in 1932. His landslide was just so big that the existing leader's control was no longer relevant because of how many new legislators came into office. Yeah, but none of that would have made a difference if the only metric by which those new legislators were brought in was that they were technically better than the other option. You had to get people excited. That is how politics is supposed to work. It's how Republicans often, you know, get people to vote. You have to get people excited. Only that kind of person is going to be able to affect change in the long run. Yeah, Kamala Harris could have a supermajority in Congress. She still wouldn't do shit. She wouldn't do shit. Mallory McMorrow has officially challenged her opponents to 5 debates in the Michigan Senate primary. 5? Man, she really wants to, what does she think she's going to get up on Abdul? What is she going to run like the pro-Israel pitch in a Michigan Senate race? What's the goal here? Debate Lord candidate? Yeah, seriously. I wonder if she's feeling more confident in this, in the debates ever since that like op leak on Abdullah Sayed, where he said that he didn't know how many people in his constituency were sad the Ayatollah was assassinated. Nasty stuff. Exclusive audio. Michigan's left-wing Democratic Senate candidate Abdullah Sayed told staffers he wanted to avoid making a public statement about the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei because there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad. Okay, makes sense. Totally fine. Gotcha. And then right after this, literally just a few hours after this, Mallory McMorrow says she wants 5 debates. 5 debates for a fucking Senate seat. Voters are tired of politics as usual and tired of being talked at entirely through ads. This has to change. Da-da-da. Do you condemn Iran? I guarantee you it's going to come up. I guarantee you it's going to come up. What's she going to talk about in 5 debates? Yeah, what the fuck do you say in 5 debates, you know? 5 debates for a primary? Jesus Christ. Just in the lead up to the 6th of July? Ridiculous. I think she's a GOP psyop. I don't know if she's a GOP psyop, but I can tell you what a Democrat psyop looks like. Look at this. Exclusive audio leaked. So somebody close to Abdul al-Sayed leaked that audio, and then it goes over to the, the Free Beacon? Nah. This is a Democratic op, I guarantee you. Somebody working with the Democratic Senate committee got this audio and then gave it to a Republican newspaper. I guarantee you. Same shit that happened with Graham Plattner. Exact same shit that happened with Graham Plattner. Free Beacon got him? No, they didn't. Free Beacon was just given the audio.
Because
35 minutes? Fuck that. Free Beacon's a Dem op? No, it's a Republican site. Not gonna lie, that probably only makes them more popular. Yeah, massive turnout from, 32-year-old white boys in Dearborn who say Inshallah, but are atheist. We have the moral high ground here, the candidate said, adding that reporters would, quote, try to bait us into saying, yeah, but isn't it justified that they took out Khamenei, right? And I think for us, we've just got to be like, no. He said nothing wrong here. El-Sayed also proposed pivoting away from groups about Khamenei by attacking Israel and American pro-Israel groups. Based. You know what benefits from the war? It benefits Israel, who has captured too many of our politicians through AIPAC contributions. Based. I wonder who on the team is leaking this. If Dems win 2026, would the Iran war even end? No. The legislator isn't even involved. Vosh mentioned? What? Oh. Hey, that's me! When left-wing streamer Vosh, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me, said he did not know how the Democratic Party can survive without making opposition to Israel a core tenet, Al-Sayed jumped in. I think you hit the nail on the head, he said. If this is not a legitimate space for conversation about where our tax dollars go in the aftermath of having subsidized genocide, and now getting pulled into an absolutely insane war in Iran because Netanyahu finally found out an American president's stupid enough to take us there, then I don't know what is. Based? I remember that. I was there for that. I didn't even realize I was in this article. All objectively correct, by the way. Yeah, I mean, of course, obviously. But I do not think the timing of this is a coincidence. I really do think McMorrow just wants to attack him over it. That was a hit piece? How fun, Masayu. Not from Michigan. Who's this guy? Abdul al-Sayed is a cool senatorial candidate, and McMorrow is as many cases, a disingenuous servant of Israel who is running against him. going on the offense because she knows she's underwater. My understanding is that McMorrow is not underwater. McMorrow is actually currently leading in polls. Michigan Senate race polling. There's still plenty of time before the primaries, though. Oh! Okay, she's not as far ahead as I thought she was. McMorrow +5 over 25% El Sayed. That's the most recent one. I'm sorry. My memory, the last time I saw a poll, McMorrow was up like 20 points or something. I don't know if that's if I'm misremembering or if it shifted. Keep in mind that it's it's still got multiple candidates here, not just two. It's just mostly between McMorrow and El Sayed. I think Stevens is on the way out. Abdul is leading in fundraising. Leadership is scared. Yerp. Top 5 in the Act Blue fundraising over the past 7 days. Hey, PV contributed to that. Talarico, John Ossoff, Alexander Vindman, who I don't know very much about, to be honest with you. Sherrod Brown and Abdul Al Sayed. Stevens would be the one most hurt by debates? Yeah, probably. I think Abdul would do well against McMorrow. Aggregate polling has McMorrow ahead by between 1 to 2%. I think that her lead is only going to shrink with time. Well, if Abdul wins, that means that for the first time I will have spoken to a U.S. senator before he won, but, still. That's cool. Don't like Sherrod Brown, but he's better than what we have now. We've warned against that. We've warned against that logic, but yeah, I get you. Yeah, I get you. Speaking of good Democratic candidates, Israel is about to pass the Kill All Palestinians law. Sorry, the Palestinian prisoners law that mandates execution for Palestinian prisoners. The Israeli government is about to pass a law mandating the death penalty only for Palestinian prisoners. Mass execution by hanging solely on racial lines. This is apartheid. It's a little worse than apartheid. And the next step in the genocide of Palestinians already systematically tortured in Israeli prisons. They already passed it? 62 in favor, 48 against, 1 abstention. Death penalty bill for terrorists passes second and third reading. And again, the definition of terrorist here is Palestinians accused of terrorism. And they accuse a lot of Palestinians of terrorism. Actual final solution? Yeah, check it out. Here's where is that? I had that tweet. Oh, right. It was right down here. Ben Gvir and his people wearing a yellow lynch pin. Get it? For the vote? Evil country? Yeah. Liberal Democrats will try to convince you that they're just like us. They're our greatest allies. Only liberal democracy in the Middle East. Here's Ben Gvir dropping champagne. Soon we will count them one by one. He means the hanging bodies. Didn't know I could be more anti-Israel. They really are the most evil people alive. Like, genuinely demonic. Whole demonic country. It's remarkable. It's difficult to rival them on this, I feel. Like, you'd have to search long and hard. Very good. You see the CNN reporters getting held at gunpoint? You mean the one where the CNN reporter was like, this settlement is illegal, and the soldier said soon it won't be, and then assaulted them? You're referring to that one, right? Yeah, I found it.
As you can see, one of them is right here. And, you know, what's really quite striking is the fact that so many of these soldiers are clearly manifesting the same kind of settler ideology.
This soldier, Meir, makes that crystal clear.
עם ישראל חי.
אין לכם אישור להיות פה, גם בחוק ישראלית.
עוד מעט תהיה חוק.
גם בחוק ישראלית. זה לא יישוב עכשיו, זה לא יישוב חוקי, כן?
נכון.
זה לא יישוב חוקי.
אבל זה יהיה יישוב חוקי.
זה יהיה?
כן.
אוקיי.
לאט לאט.
איך אתה יודע את זה?
לאט לאט.
בגלל העזרה שלך, כן?
בוודאי. אני עוזר לעם שלי.
Meir is describing the settler playbook and the role Israeli soldiers often play in propping it up. The Israeli military did not respond to CNN's questions about soldiers' conduct in the West Bank, including our detention.
Well, nice to see, you know, CNN pressing a little bit. That IDF soldier is from the absolutely psychotic voluntary Haredi unit. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. It was such bad PR, they dismissed the entire battalion. Yeah, this was actually, I did read that, and I've never heard of this happening before. The PR from this interaction was so bad. Keep in mind, this is CNN, not Al Jazeera, not the BBC, not an independent journalist, CNN. They actually dismissed the entire unit. Him and all the people working with him, they dismissed him. They were like, okay, guys, that was actually, when was this? Just like yesterday or like 2 days ago. They were like, okay, this looked real bad. Come on. They beat up the journalist and the cameraman is why they did that. Yeah. There was also the assault, but like the interaction overall was bad enough. Like they couldn't even hold it in. It's genuinely nuts how Israel is not only not trying so much to hide the evil anymore, but is openly bragging about the evil. Yep. Meanwhile, like, again, democratic leadership refuses to condemn them. Won't even talk about this. And if you're a Republican...
receive God's tithe and his offering. I believe that it's so important to honor God with his tithe. That's the first tenth of your gross income. And an offering, that's free will. And as you do, you support Paula White Ministry. And I say this, it takes money for ministry. And so when you begin to think of the masses of people, from single moms to human trafficking victims to going into the prison to feeding over 30 million pounds of food, think about that in the last 4 years. When you think about the difference that you make by your giving, you've helped build a moshav, a village in Israel from the horrific attacks of October 7th. And the greatest thing you do is take the gospel around the world. How will they hear without a preacher? God still uses a voice to proclaim his word that's anointed to penetrate.
Christians, pay a tithe, 10% of your income to Israel. It's... Ooh.
The hearts of men and women and bring them to the salvation knowledge of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Who is this? This is Paula White, the faith advisor to the White House. The spiritual advisor to the White House. My apologies, not faith advisor. Or, in other words, at least officially, the highest political religious authority in the country.
For being that person, that Barnabas. Thank you for being that person that's holding up the hands for the gospel to go forth. So go ahead and click on that link right there on the screen, or you can give by Cash App or Venmo or PayPal or however you want to. But thank you for being a generous and liberal giver.
Protestants are not Christians. It's a heretic cult. Orthodox and Catholics are the only actual Christians. They're an enemy of Christ, literally. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. For sure, we'll talk about that. Even Netanyahu had to back off that one. Israel recently declared war on Christendom. I look at Reddit when I look at Reddit, Knickknack. Aren't actual Christians mad at evangelicals? Why don't they speak more about that? Well, they kind of do. I don't know if you know this, but there were actually like multiple wars in Europe between Protestants and Catholics. But no, yeah, for sure. This was her in 2021. She's insane. Yeah. Tens of millions of Americans buy into this.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
You have fun with her. I need to pee. 1 second.
I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Pika hata anda ata.
You all have fun while I was gone? Everyone's converted now? Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Rewind it like 10 seconds, please. Nah, I don't think so. Probably not. Nah. I think it's crazy that like up until, I don't know if up until recently, but like a lot of people in my community didn't understand that this was like 10% of Americans at least. Like, you want me to go back because what? She speaks in tongues? I've heard that before. I'm an American. I know. I understand that my country is being held hostage. 70 million Americans? Okay, like 20% of Americans. Like, I know she sounds insane. I know what evangelicals are like. This clip is like 7 years old. Yeah, and? She linked me a clip. Speaking of Christendom and Israel's war against it, I suppose. Did you guys hear about Palm Sunday? I actually couldn't believe it. There was such a big buzz. I think Netanyahu actually had to personally unwind the knot. But the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, the Cardinal Pizzaballa, custodian of the Holy Land, was prevented from entering the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday. Now, that might sound like a bunch of jibber-jabber to you, and I understand that, but Israeli police prevented a cardinal doing a holy ritual. Like, this would be a pretext for beginning a new crusade a couple hundred years ago. First time they were banned in centuries. Yeah, even the Ottomans wouldn't do this. The steward of the Holy Land, whatever it may be, has always had to take particular care with this, because if you stop the Patriarch of the Holy Land from, doing these rituals, you risk incurring the wrath of a new crusade upon you, like literally over 1 billion people. So this is a weird one. No American cares about this because America is Protestant and Protestants are diabolic. So they don't care about stuff like this. But in the Middle East, And you might not care, you're not religious, whatever, I'm not either. You know, there are rituals that are protected and have been protected for millennia because the Abrahamic religions understand that the consequence of not stewarding those practices could mean like actual generations-long warfare, right? You know, that's the reason why the Ottomans, despite not being good Christians themselves, allowed this tradition to continue to play out. You know, they did not bar it. This is the first time this is like basically ever happened in modern history, and it was done by Israeli police. It wasn't even done as part of a religious order. They were just casually. I can't imagine. I'm genuinely incapable of imagining how this played out on like a ground level for Israeli police to stop the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. Like, I genuinely don't understand how that works. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So the Catholics are joining Hamas? Look, I know it's easy to joke, but understand that even Mussolini and Adolf Hitler feared Rome. Or the Vatican, I should say. I'm using Rome kind of allegorically here. Like, Mussolini worked out a deal with the Vatican, which is how it has its own legal constituency. Hitler had to work around the Pope and establish a kind of like a detente with him because he knew the consequences of incurring like papal wrath in his regime would be severe. For Israel to do this so casually, just through just regular police, it's unbelievable. It's an attack on Christendom. That's what it is. And I'm not a Christian. I don't believe Palm Sunday does anything, but it's a remarkable testament to the arrogance of Israel that they feel so confident in their power that they can get away with doing this. You know what I mean? I know because it doesn't affect America, because America's Protestant, but there are a billion Catholics and Orthodox around the world who lost their fucking mind over this. Like, there was a massive wave of condemnation. In fact, the condemnation was so severe and so quick that even Mike Huckabee, who you might remember from Sweet Home Yerushalayim, that guy, Mike Huckabee, We Should All Die for Israel, Greater Israel is a Good Thing. That guy, he condemned them. Even Mike Huckabee condemned it. Do you know how fucking crazy, I'm not playing it. Do you know how fucking crazy an attack on Christendom has to be for even Mike Huckabee to speak negatively against it? In fact, almost every recent post in his Twitter is about it. My statement read prohibiting the Latin Patriarch of entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday. While all holy sites in the Old City are closed due to safety concerns for mass gatherings, including the Western Wall, Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and Al-Aqsa Mosque, the action today by the Israel National Police to deny Latin Patriarch Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa and other 3 priests from the entering the church to offer a blessing on Palm Sunday is an unfortunate overreach, already having major repercussions around the world. Do you guys remember what this guy's interview with Tucker Carlson was like? Listen to this language, man. Overreach already having major repercussions around the world. I'm not saying that he's going to turn around in Israel or anything. Keep in mind, Mike Huckabee is an evangelical. He doesn't give a fuck about the Holy Sepulchre. Like, this isn't his deal. But, like, he understands how big of a deal this is. I'm not saying he's not making excuses. I'm saying that he cannot speak, like, flippantly about it. Homefront Command guidelines restrict any gatherings to 50 people or less. The 4 representatives of the Catholic Church were well below that restriction. Statements from the government of Israel indicate the action to prohibit Cardinal Pizzaballa entry to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre were for safety reasons, but churches, synagogues, and mosques throughout Jerusalem met with restriction of 50 or less. For the Patriarch to be barred on entry to the church on Palm Sunday for a private ceremony is difficult to understand or justify. Israel has indicated it will work with the Patriarch to accommodate a safe means of carrying out Holy Week activities. And then several other, like, post Palm Sunday, you know, damage control tweets, essentially to the effect of like, thank you, Netanyahu, for avoiding another crusade and allowing him to enter the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Impossible to ignore. It is really, really, really bad. It speaks to a remarkable arrogance, and also not to like, I don't want to play into the tropes too much, but it is worth remembering that Israel fucking like hates Christendom. They're Jewish supremacists who disagree with, they're religiously motivated, and they disagree with the pretty foundational texts of the New Testament. A lot of them are actual like anti-Christian lunatics. Not that there's anything fundamentally wrong with, just to be careful with my language here, nothing fundamentally wrong with being anti-Christian, but they're anti-Christian because they think they have the better religion, which is the worst reason to be anti-Christian. They have done more damage to ancient Christian churches in the Holy Land than any other government in modern history. Since October 7th, they have destroyed dozens and dozens of them. Like ancient, like thousands of years old, you know? They have destroyed places and locations named in the Bible, in the New Testament. And the language within Israel and from Jewish Zionists, in a lot of cases, is pretty clear on this, which is like, they don't fucking care. That shit isn't mentioned in the Torah. It's not religiously significant. They wipe their ass with, you know, the matters of holy significance to the other Abrahamic religions, since theirs is the oldest one. Like Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus. Yeah, that shit be rubble or something. The Christian populations in Bethlehem and Nazareth are shrinking because of the occupation. Yeah, there have been Christians. It's the Holy Land, you know? It's mostly Arab Muslims, but... Anyway, to be clear, like, I don't give a fuck about religion, but I do care about culture. And the Levant, in the Holy Land specifically, is fucking full of it, you know? That whole area, as far as I'm concerned, should be like a museum, you know? We're talking cities and mosques and churches and synagogues that are thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. But Israel has reduced a lot of it to ruin, which has angered many religious groups around the world. But usually it's been relegated to artifacts of historical concern, not to like Sunday Mass at the Holy Sepulchre. You know what I mean? Israel has been very arrogant and very unconcerned in their destruction of relics of Christian importance, but they've kept their hands, for the most part, free from matters of current importance, except for now. Following a widespread backlash, Benjamin Netanyahu said he asked relevant authorities to allow Cardinal Pierpasto Pizzaballa. Well, by the way, allegedly, the reason why the cardinal was denied entrance to the Holy Sepulchre was because of a law preventing more than 50 people from being in group together to avoid terrorism or whatever the fuck they're saying. But they were a group of just a few people, which makes me think the reason the police did this is because they personally dislike the cardinal. The reason they personally dislike the cardinal is, of course, because Pizzaballa is extremely pro-Palestinian. He's been a very aggressive advocate for Palestinian people since, you know, October 8th. He's based as fuck. He had a call. He calls the Pope constantly to relay information. In my opinion, the Israeli police blocked him not because they were trying to enforce the law, but because they wanted to personally inconvenience him on Palm Sunday. I can't prove that, but why else would the police bar him if the law they're citing bars people from gathering in more than 50 people at a time, but it wasn't more than 50 people, you know? Like, why else would they do that? Christophobia in action? Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. And it's far from the greatest of their crimes, but yeah, they're Jewish supremacists. Narrowly avoided another crusade. Also because the Pope earlier said Jesus doesn't bless the war makers. That is also true. Jesus did say that, yeah. American evangelicals completely ignore the fact there are thousands of Palestinian Christians living under actual persecution. Evangelicals are not Christians. Like, genuinely, evangelicals are as distanced from Christendom as Mormons are. They really should be thought of as their own subgroup. They are not meaningfully Christians. No true Scotsman. No. I'm not saying they're not Christians because they're evil. There are tons of evil Christians. They're just not Christians. Go look at an American, like, prosperity gospel gathering or an evangelical church and tell me what the fuck that has to do with Christ. They're an offshoot, like the Mormons. They are so different. Mormons are more Christian than evangelicals. Okay, I'm being real here. Muslims are more Christian than evangelicals. Genuinely not kidding. I actually believe this. Your average Muslim is closer to Christendom. Or to put it another way, if you took a modern-day Muslim and a modern-day evangelical and warped them back 500 years, I think that the Muslims' behaviors, beliefs, prayers, and rituals would be infinitely more comprehensible to Christians of that day than modern-day evangelicals. And I think that's an easy call, frankly. The Iranians are objectively behaving better to Christians than Israel? Absolutely, 100%. This is one of the reasons why America has lagged behind the rest of the Western world in despising Israel. It's genuinely because of the evangelical church. The Catholics and Orthodox Christians have been pretty clear in their positions in Israel for a while because Israel's been extremely clear about its position on them. But evangelicals are basically been groomed into being servants of Israel anyway. Remember Paula White? 10% tithe to Israel? Just 10% of your income to Israel, you know? White House spiritual advisor. How interesting. Isn't your perspective a bit too focused in America? American evangelism isn't really a thing in Europe? No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying evangelicals are farther from being Christians than Muslims, not Protestants. There are plenty of non-evangelical Protestants. I think that the average British Protestant... Okay, let me put it this way, okay? Your average British Protestant would probably find more in common with a Muslim in their religious practices than they would with an American evangelical. American evangelicals are like fucking aliens. Need we return to the White House spiritual advisor, televangelist Paula White delivering a sermon?
For I hear the sound of
a sane Christian would declare this devil speak and reenact Salem. A sane Christian, a godly Christian would understand what this is, which is devil speak. Anywho. American tradcaths are up there with evangelicals. American tradcath are evangelicals.
It's very sad to see Jerusalem empty like this. Usually pilgrimage, tourism, full of people praying for this day. It's the Palm Sunday. And I wish next year will be better year and this war will finish and we will have peace from Jerusalem, because if we have peace in Jerusalem, we will have peace all around the world. And I wish with the Holy Week, miracle will come and we have peace in Jerusalem.
saw an Orthodox priest say that MAGA's megachurch rituals are paganistic, which makes it heretical. I think that's genuinely a very logical conclusion to come to if you're an actual Christian. Yeah. So bizarre.
This morning, the Patriarch, His Beatitude the Patriarch, and the Custos of the Holy Land were on their way in private to the Basilica of the Holy Sepulchre to celebrate the Mass.
Are you having a come to Jesus moment? No, I just think it's kind of a really big red flag if Israel's getting arrogant enough that they feel like they can, off a whim, block the movement of the Patriarch of Jerusalem on Palm Sunday for no reason, because again, they weren't breaking the 50-person gathering rule. Like, that's really crazy, man. I worry that figurative and flamboyant language might have sort of cheapened my ability to make this point, but I'm not exaggerating when I say that in past centuries, this on its own might have led to a crusade. That is not a joke. Like, yes, if the ruling authority over the Holy Land prevented the Patriarch of Jerusalem from making this ascent and reenacting the holy return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem, then it could genuinely, truly lead to a crusade.
Of Palm Sunday. Unfortunately, on their way there, they were blocked by a police officer who told them that due to the orders of the Home Front Command, they cannot.
Do you think evangelicals believe they can take over Israel? No. Evangelicals want to end the world. The predominant belief in evangelical thought is that the world is at the precipice of rapture, and your job is to settle your accounts and also to fulfill to put the last puzzle pieces into play, which involves Israel retaking its biblical borders, which is why they want money being given to Israel. That is it. Everything else goes to the wayside. Evangelicals don't talk about I'm serious. Go look at their fucking pastors. Okay, listen, I have attended non-evangelical Protestant church. I've been to Catholic church. I have known rabbis and priests and ministers, okay? I've talked to and known a lot of people. Evangelicals are different. They don't preach about life. They don't. They don't talk about life. They don't talk about how you ought to act. Everything they're based on, everything they talk about, everything they're built around is give money to the church, vote Republican, and prepare for the end times, which are basically right now. That's it. Tens of millions of Americans. That's it. Unless you have seen and talked to them, unless you have known, you have no right to speak on it. They are fucking crazy.
Basilica.
They don't care about this. None of this. Christ, the rebirth of Christ, his return to Jerusalem, they don't care. They might as well be pagans. They don't care. This has nothing to do with their faith. They don't think about it. They don't talk about it. They don't learn about it. Their leaders don't have, unlike the Catholics, their leaders don't have degrees in divinity or theology. It's nothing to do with this. They're not really encouraged to read the Bible. They're not. There is no educational mandate in evangelical thinking. There's no, if you're a good Christian, you will read, you will learn. None of that. It's all fire and brimstone, all the time.
It's unfortunate. It's a pity that this happened. It's a very sacred day for Christians. And there, in our opinion, there was...
By the way, did you know the keys to the grave of Jesus Christ are held for centuries by Muslim families? Yeah. Because the Middle East has, for a while now, it's had Muslims in it. Yeah, no, a Muslim family has held onto the keys to the grave for hundreds and hundreds of years. Yeah, Muslims believe in and revere Christ. They don't think he's the Son of God, but they do. Jews do not revere Christ in any form. So I think, at least in a theological sense, it would make sense that this disrespect would come from the so-called Jewish state. The key
justification for such a decision or such an action. Today it's a separate.
Literally, evangelicals talk about the rapture and the end times and the end of the world every day. Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate that our kind of collective rejection of Reddit atheist aesthetics has led to a lot of people forgetting this. But I would love to see a Louis Theroux-style documentary on this, because it is important to understand, like, if you want to understand American politics, you do have to frame it around the fact that about a quarter of the adult population legitimately thinks the world is ending in their lifetime. Louis who? Louis Theroux? Louis Theroux? Sorry, I might have said Louis because I was thinking of Louisiana, because that's a big hotspot for evangelicism, or evangelism. He did 3 documentaries in the Westboro Baptist Church. Okay, but that's the thing. The Westboro Baptist Church is like a small sub-community. They're like lol cows, okay? The evangelicals are worse than the Westboro Baptist Church, and there's like fucking 40 million of them. They're incredibly powerful. Far where the Westboro Baptist Church are just rage baiters, dude. They're fucking cortisol spikers. The evangelicals run the government.
This celebration substitutes the traditional procession from Beit Fagi to the old city. Due to the situation, the heads of churches canceled this ceremony, this procession, and instead of that, they are offering a prayer for peace and a blessing for the city of Jerusalem.
My mom literally told me she felt sorry for me because I would never get married or have children because of the rapture. That's so fucked up. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope, please continue saying stuff like this, because a lot of people, especially in an international community, legitimately don't understand that America is like fucking controlled by these people. They really don't understand that. It's a monstrous psychotic death cult, worse than any other major religious group on the planet, easily, without question, without comparison. There is no larger death cult on earth. I think it's fair to say there has never been a larger death cult on earth. There is no religion that has ever reached the size and proportional power of American evangelicals that is convinced that the world is about to end and it's their job to shepherd it in. Again, they're not just descriptively a death cult, they are prescriptively a death cult. They are worse than the Mormons. They are worse than Jehovah's Witnesses. They are worse than the Westboro Baptist Church is part of the evangelical church, but it's a subset. They're worse than any group you can think of. They are so bad. Compare this to an evangelical meeting. Evangelical processions are extremely loud and obnoxious because they don't want their people thinking. They take on the characteristics of Nazi rallies because you are lulled into a trance through repetition and loud sounds. If you go to any Catholic procession, though, there's plenty of quiet, introspection, thought. You reflect. Not to suggest Catholics are, you know, that it's the correct religion or whatever, but I think that there's a reason evangelical gatherings are so odd compared to like every other religion. I think like basically every religion is the same except for like every religion basically is like, we'll meet once a week in this cool building, we'll be quiet, we'll think about stuff for a bit, and we'll reflect. And then evangelical meetings are like, whoa, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think they might be a little bit demonic. This is your most ethnically Irish opinion. Hey, man, Poland also has plenty of Catholics and Orthodox. Don't. Yeah, I was touched by God for a moment there. Anyway. Israel declared war on all of Christendom. I believe that, by the way. That's not clickbait. I think that flippantly and unjustifiably blocking the movement of the Patriarch of Jerusalem on Palm Sunday is essentially like, haha, fuck you, Christians. We can do what we want. We're on top of the world. We're the chosen people. Blah, blah, blah. You know, 100%. Absolutely. Was Jesus a real person? I mean, there was probably a carpenter who died or something. I don't know. I don't really think it matters. He was black, though. Evidence suggests yes. Yeah, it's interesting, I guess. I just don't know if it really matters. One cool byproduct of Jesus being a real person, though, even if he wasn't the Son of God, is that Christ's artifacts are physical, like the shards of the cross, the holy goblet, the spear that pierced his side, like all those get to be real things. If you make up the whole story like completely whole cloth, holy goblet, what is it? They did a whole Holy Grail, thank you. If you make up the whole story like completely out of nowhere, you don't get cool IRL artifacts or whatever. But they're not real? Well, they had to be because he was crucified. There has to be a holy cross because he was crucified. Like, I'm not saying they're magical. I'm saying that if he was a real carpenter who was actually crucified, then there has to be a holy cross. Probably rotted away by now. We don't have any of them. They're all gone, destroyed. Well, maybe you say that. Pretty sure there are shards of the cross and spear around, aren't there? I'm pretty sure. Doesn't the Catholic Church hold on to some of the Christly relics, I think? No, it's all fake? Ah, it sucks. I guess wood would rot in 2,000 years anyway. Are all of them fit? Really? We don't even have, like, nails? There has to be something physically that survived. Or, like, credible evidence? Don't they have the skull of Mary? Do they have the skull of Mary? Relics of Mary Magdalene. The purported skull was analyzed in 1974. Displayed in a golden reliquary at the Basilica of Saint-Maximin-la-Sainte-Baume in southern France, one of the most precious relics in all of Christendom. Who knows if it's real, but it's pretty cool. Okay, how about this? The idea that your god was for a time a real guy means that you get to have cool relics even if they're fake. Right? Like you have an excuse to do this. Yeah, just make like a golden bust of a woman held up by cherubs, and we'll just shove a skull in there. Yeah. It does go extremely hard. 100%, yeah. $40K shit? No, $40K took it from this. It's the other way around. What the fuck? What's that one golden skull head that looks really insanely cool? The Catholic... Okay, there's one that looks like unbelievably sick. I mean, I guess a lot of them do. Hold on. Catholic bodily remains relics. It's like in a reliquary, and it's like a whole golden skull. It's some saint. Okay, this one's freaky as fuck. Catholic relics being the remains of saints. Because some saints are pretty recent, so this might actually be, like, which saint is this? Saint Anthony. Is that really Saint Anthony? I don't know. Doesn't really matter, I guess. It's not like I believe in. Here's some pics. Catacomb saints? What? Shh. It dripped as hell, man. Saint Valentinus. This might be who I was thinking of. I think this is what I... Here's one from an Orthodox saint from my island, Saint Dionysius. It's creepy as hell. A little bit less bling on this one. No, the Catholics do enjoy their relic of Saint Diodatus in Renau. Huh. You can't be named a saint until after you're dead, though, right? How'd they know to save the remains? Wait, is that true? Don't you just need 2 miracles, or does it have to be after your death? They probably just dig up your grave, right? It is true? Okay, yeah. The uncorrupted hand of Saint Teresa de Jesus, gilded silver inlaid. It was the hand of a Spanish nun and poetess, Saint Teresa de Jesus. Oh, so be Jesus, because she's Spanish, which was extracted after finding it so well preserved during her body's exhumation. God damn. Your body must be found to be incorruptible. Oh, right. They have to... It's 2 miracles, and then they have to find that your corpse isn't decaying, right? Which is, like, obviously fake, but, you know. Relics were often potentially politically valuable. Venice wanted a patron saint when they were rising powers. They picked a saint. They raided Egypt to steal his bones from a grave, take back to Venice, make a patron saint. Political reasoning. Armenian churches are rad. Yeah, the Armenian churches are some of the oldest churches in the world. I think that outside of the Holy Land, like Jerusalem, Armenia is the place you'll find the oldest churches. Oh, and yes, you're right. And Ethiopia, that is 100% true. Ethiopia as well. Newest saint? The Catholic Church's new millennial saint? He died? Oh, he died of leukemia. Carlo Acutis will become the Catholic Church's first millennial saint at a solemn canonization mass on April 27th at St. Peter's Square. Throngs of pilgrims are already flocking to the square, where his body wearing sneakers, jeans, and a sweatshirt lies in a shrine. I remember this guy's story. I didn't realize he died. Maybe I just forgot. Born to a wealthy Italian family in London, he grew up in Milan. His precocious faith journey took off after he received First Communion at the young age of 7. He regularly attended daily mass, prayed the rosary, and participated in Eucharistic adoration. While he enjoyed regular pastimes for his age, hiking, video games, and joking around with friends, he taught catechism at a local parish and did outreach to the homeless. Used his computer savvy to create an online exhibit of more than 100 Eucharistic miracles recognized by the Church over many centuries, focused on the real presence of Christ that Catholics believe is in the consecrated bread and wine. In October 2006, at age 15, he fell ill. 10 days later, he died of acute leukemia. Jesus Christ, age 15, wealthy family, 10 days later, dead of leukemia? Just can happen to anyone. His body was later transferred to an Assisi cemetery at Acutis and asked devotion to the hometown medieval saint. Wait, what were his miracles? Road to sainthood, the canonization process started more than 10 years ago at the initiative of a group of priests and friends and formally took off shortly after Pope Francis began his papacy in 2013. Acutis was named Venerable in 2018 after the church recognized his virtuous life, and his body was taken to a shrine in Assisi's Sanctuario della Spogliazione, a major site linked to St. Francis's life. He was then declared blessed in 2020 after the Vatican dicastery that studies sainthood processes recognized a miraculous healing through Acutis' intercession, a child in Brazil who recovered in a scientifically inexplicable manner. They always do this. They're like, we like this guy. How do we make him a saint? Oh, like a guy he breathed on once. God better. I believe him. I believe him. I believe him. Last year, the church paved his way to sainthood by attributing to him a second miracle, the complete healing of a Costa Rican student in Italy from major head trauma in a bicycle accident after her mother prayed at Acutis' tomb. 1 million pilgrims made their way to him over the last year. Huh. I think that's sweet. Images of Acutis, usually portraying him with a backpack and smiling broadly, are in shops all over town, from pocket-sized cards to statuettes. That's really, really sweet. It's hard for me to get mad at stuff like this, you know? It's a religious framing for a positive cultural phenomenon, you know? You're kind of venerating human life here. It's not really... Like, even if there's a metaphysical attribution, you're fundamentally, what you're venerating here is his life. It's pro-social. Whereas if this was evangelicals have no equivalent to this. Absolutely none. Not even close. Whereas I'd be willing to bet that the Orthodox do. I don't know what's different about sainthood in Orthodox Christianity. Obviously, they share the same saints as Catholics do if you go far back enough, but I doubt that Orthodox Christians would venerate Acutis as a saint. I'd have to read up on it. Evangelicals celebrate people based on donations. Sainthood in evangelicism is like every church has a scoreboard, and the pastor will shout you out like a live streamer thanking donos. When you die, your all-time contributions get listed up there, and if it gets past a certain dollar amount, you get 24 hours at the top of like the neon billboard behind you, behind the mega pastor. Does that mean you're essentially an evangelical pastor? No, we venerate our fallen from time to time in non-monetary fashion. Or our non-fallen. I'm Jewish and it's like this. Actually, I have fond memories because like Jews are very community oriented because they tend to be kind of insular. So at the synagogue that I would go to, because I had a lot of Jewish friends, it wasn't like they didn't have sainthood, but every synagogue had like the guy. And usually it was a rabbi, but often it wasn't. And it was like, this guy, he's funny and he knows some things. And then you talk to him and he's funny as fuck. And there's a kind of like religious significance to his take on the Holy Scripture, if that makes any sense. I don't really get it. I don't know. It was kind of like, I feel like at an evangelical church, it's literally just like prosperity gospel bullshit. But at the synagogues, it kind of felt like there was a cultural disposition towards promoting the importance of local faith and local scholarship, you know, being well read, being well educated. That if you were that person, if you were very well read, very well educated, scholarship, jeez, yeah, then you would be venerated for that. In not necessarily like a saintly way, but in more like you're kind of a totem of the local community way. Orthodox Christians don't believe in the rapture, by the way, and Catholics don't. No, well, no, of course, because everyone knows that the later chapters of the Bible are fanfic, you know, Revelations or whatever. But no, yeah, the obsession with rapture is an evangelical thing for sure. The rapture is non-biblical. It depends. There have been times that Catholics and Orthodox and so on have believed the end times were coming, but I think usually they had a better reason to believe that, and it was more like an evidentiary thing. Like, to draw a comparison, I'm currently reading Between Two Fires. My understanding is that back when the plague was ravaging Europe, a lot of people probably thought it was the end times. But I think that's fine. I'm not going to fault them for that. I won't call you a death cultist for being a believer in the end times if in 2 weeks 1/3 of your village died and became a pustule like plague boil as a corpse? I won't, like, I'm not gonna fault you for that. I think that's valid as hell. I think that you're kind of engaging in like evidence-based thinking, to be honest with you. If you believe in Christ and then one day you wake up and it's like, oh, haven't you heard? Paris is on fire. Why? Well, a mysterious miasma has just taken the lives of like 30,000 people. You'd be like, okay, well, God's had a good time. I guess he got tired of I don't know, something we were doing. We must have pissed him off at least a little bit. I get it. It must have been all the sodomy. Muslims believe in the end times, but the Islamic doctrine says to act as if it's 1,000 years away. I think that's sensible. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. I can feel, I don't know why, I must have slept on it badly, but I've got quite a crick in my right trapezius. When did you stop being religious? Both of my parents are agnostic. My parents both grew up in Catholic and Baptist homes, respectively, and they both became agnostic by virtue of like Reddit lording their way out of being religious. And then they raised me agnostic. Or I should say, they didn't raise me saying there was no God. They raised me saying, we don't think that there's a God, so you figure it out or something. And then I was like, okay, I guess I don't either. And that was pretty much it. Pretty much put an end to the... You're agnostic? No, I'm an atheist. My parents aren't atheists. They're ambivalent, I think. I'm a Redditor. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Sorry, 1 second. What the fuck's going on? Dude, my neck is killing me. Dude, I look so young. Fuck. Do you think the large amount of evangelicals in West Africa might end up causing problems long term? Well, I mean, the evangelicals in America have literally been like grooming them for decades. Yeah. Like there's been an effort at missionary outreach from American evangelicals to try to convince African Christians towards evangelism or evangelicism. $105? It's at $105? Oh no. Not like this. Oh fuck. Guys, this is 105 despite Trump posting earlier that the Iran war is almost over. Oh god. It was 113 yesterday? No, you're thinking of Brent. This is WTI. Oh, God. Just a non-stop upward climb since around 87 down here. Oh, boy. The only break here was the fucking weekend market closing. God. COVID peak was 114. We are going to be... Fuck you. We're going to be beating that record. God. Iran's hit on E3 Sentry highlights USAF vulnerability to ground attacks. Really? Oh, by the way, in case you guys wanted any proof that our government is lying to us, the government reported this plane damaged in an Iranian strike. We had parked at a base. It got hit. They were like, mild damage to the tail wing, till photos came out. No, it's true. It has been damaged. I just feel like there's another word one might use. The first combat loss of an E-3 aircraft in history. I don't know if it's really a combat loss if it got bombed in a base, but yeah. It doesn't really matter how fancy your airplanes are if drones and missiles can just strike them while they're sitting. Oh, it flies at Mach 8 and it's invisible in the air? Okay, like, it has to land at some point, doesn't it? Isn't the E3 super expensive? Yep. Here are tax dollars at work. The Ukrainian advisors are shocked at the incompetence of the U.S. Armed Forces. Yeah, we're not being cost effective with our Shahid drone knockdowns. No lessons learned from Ukrainian wargaming. Okay, okay. Getting a little saucy with it, I see. The feds plan to start diluting gasoline this May. What? Here's what the E15 fuel waiver means and everything you need to know about ethanol and gasoline to buy the right fuel for your machine. Lee Zeldin's EPA approved nationwide E15. Oh, fuck. Not this, man. God damn it. Fuck me. We're bailing out the farmers again. We're bailing out the fucking farmers again. Jesus Christ. The ethanol... Okay. This is a corn fuel subsidy. You can farm corn. Okay, basically this is how it happened, okay? American farmers were farming corn, as they are wont to do. And then one day, the American farmers were like, dude, no one's buying our corn. Like, we're making infinity corn, but people don't want to eat infinity corn? What the fuck? So the government was like, don't worry, we got you, okay? What we're going to do is allow you to use an incredibly inefficient, in both space and energy, process of converting your corn into ethanol, which we will then dilute our gasoline with. This will make America more energy independent. In reality, what it does is subsidize corn producers by allowing them to, you know, in addition to selling off corn for food, now you also have it for ethanol production. Shifting it from E10 to E15 is basically like a gigantic subsidy to corn farmers for worse fuel, and it's more expensive. Glad E85 didn't take off here because people realize it's not worth it. Well, we're about to be getting E15, I guess. E33. They already hit the winning formula. Normally, the EPA bans E15 from June to September because ethanol evaporates faster than gas. In the summer heat, that extra 5% of corn juice turns into smog-forming pollution faster than standard gas. The timeline, May 1st to May 20th. Okay. What range of time? May 2026. The government is basically saying, we know this causes more smog, but there are wars where a lot of oil comes in. It's cheaper gas. The waiver's been in the news, came up in 2022 as well. Most late model cars can run E15 no problem, but older vehicles don't like it. Okay. This reads to me as an extremely desperate attempt at very temporarily, and not even temporarily, but it's like an attempt to shore up gas prices in the wake of everything that's going to happen and is happening in Iran. Like, what worries me about this isn't what it represents now, but rather what it could represent, because I would not be surprised if at some point they start pushing E20 or E25 in a desperate effort to fix two problems at once. The unavailability of gasoline and farmer subsidies, who are getting hit by higher and higher prices because of the higher cost of fertilizer from the Iran conflict. But maybe not. Most cars can't run E25. Oh, well, I guess we'll see how it goes. Oh. 105.22. It's still crawling upwards, man. What the fuck? Every time you blink, it's higher. $10 minutes to close, yeah. 10 minutes to... Ah, sorry, guys, it dropped. 105.13. If we can hold at 105 as markets close, though, people are going to be losing their fucking minds. Hold the 105. Hold. Hold. I am losing my fucking mind. I'm seeing so many people on social media losing their mind over Ben-Gvir. Thank God Ben-Gvir is so fucking evil, so unlikable on every level. Really showcasing it. I cannot believe that the formal position of the Democratic Party right now is still one of essentially non-condemnation towards our aggression in Iran. That is fucking insane, dude.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect...
excuse me, I voted for Hegseth. I voted for a non-woke military. Can you explain?
To achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a desalinization plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
God. Well, look, here are my current updates on the war in Iran. Oh, hold on. Iran's hitting industrial sites in southern Israel. Cool. They took out 100% of their military capabilities, but that remaining 0%, it still packs a real wallop. God damn. Here. Let's take a look. Update. So here's the big one. GOP weighs healthcare cuts to pay for Iran war. We all knew it was coming, though I didn't expect them to be pushing for it this early. I can't believe they feel politically comfortable enough saying this out loud, like considering the way the midterms are looking at the moment. Like, I thought the Democrats were going to land an easy 30 or 40 seat majority in the House, but the way the Republicans are playing this one, I'm starting to think that might go to like a maybe 60 or 70. Ooh, ah. Republicans are considering reductions in federal health spending to help pay for a budget bill containing as much as $200 billion to fund the Iran war and immigration enforcement. Why bother if they'll steal the elections? Because they're not going to be able to steal the midterms. I'm sure they'll try, but they will not succeed. They will lose the House this upcoming election. Honestly, the way they're playing things, they're risking the Senate marginally, too. Too big to rig, baby. $200 billion to help fund the Iran war. Reductions in federal health spending. Deeper cuts to Medicaid spending. The Congressional Budget Office previously found this move would lower overall benchmark ACA premiums by 11%, but result in 300,000 more uninsured people. Also, we can war with Iran. It would cut the subsidy amount that some enrollees receive, thereby increasing out-of-pocket premium costs while saving the government over $30 billion. Just a little fraction of what we're spending. We've already spent more than that in Iran so far. Quite a bit more than that. The driving force is the need to pay for the war in Iran and fund ICE, the latter of which triggered the partial government shutdown. Democrats oppose both, leaving Republicans ready to use the party line process known as reconciliation. I've heard about that process. 5 weeks, $2 billion a day or so. That statistic is bullshit. I bet you the overall cost of the Iran war is going to end up being closer to $3 or $4 billion a day. After the fact, it's always higher than we think. Like they say $1 billion a day now, but I don't think we're getting off that easy. How are you insured? Is it expensive? I'm insured in the sense that I ensure I won't need to go to the doctor's office anytime soon by, you know, doing my jumping jacks and eating my leafy greens, okay? It's the best insurance that money can't buy. Israel's Channel 12 says that in case of a U.S. ground operation in Iran, Israeli soldiers will not be participating in the ground. That's right. Only dead goyim. Thank you.
We need to neuter them for a very, very long time, and that's the purpose. You're right. Gas prices have certainly gone up because of what's going on in the Middle East, but they're going to come down, right? This is a very, very temporary reaction to what is going to ultimately be a short-term conflict. I think the president's been very clear about this, that we're not interested in being in Iran a year down the road, 2 years down the road.
A year down the road. It's going to be a short... Look at how quickly they've moved the goalpost. We're only a month in, guys. Just a short little excursion. We're not going to be here like 10 years from now like we were with Iraq.
We're taking care of business. We're going to be out of there soon, and gas prices are going to come back down.
Hey, Benny. Crazy how hard this administration is speed running every mistake previous administrations made. Not ones to learn from the past, I suppose. I don't think people fully understand the gravity of the situation as the UN is preparing for possible nuclear weapons use in Iran. The UN? Well, it's certainly on the table, isn't it? I mean, what can we even do right now to open the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, I don't know either. What are we at? What are we at? 105.12. I thought it dipped down. Somebody said it dipped down into the 104 line. We're going to close at 105. It is about to close. The market is going to close at 105. 105. That's the worst. That's the worst one yet by far. That's really bad. Really, really, really bad. Even that one time it spiked up to like, what was it, 108 or whatever? That was only on market open. By the end of the day, it had gone back down. Americans are dumb. I could have told you that. Who's winning in Iran right now? Well, in fairness, a lot of people don't really know. I mean, how do you win a conflict where we have no objectives? We did open by killing their leadership. You know, a lot of people still say we won in Vietnam because we killed more people, even though we completely failed to achieve all of our objectives. You know, some people, for the winning, it's just maximizing suffering. Yeah, we'll see what the Houthis can do to boost those prices. I'm dumb as fuck and I vote? Same. Beg Iran to forgive us and go home? I hope they don't. We don't deserve it. Bad PR. Oh, this is in response to the illegal settlement fuckery and assault against that CNN crew in the West Bank.
The Israeli military has indeed taken what appears to be unprecedented action in the result of this, both in speed and in scope, with the Israeli military's chief of staff suspending the entire battalion from operations in the West Bank, sending them back for training, all of that happening within 48 hours of our report airing. In addition, Meir, that soldier that you saw speaking about revenge, about helping illegal settler outposts become legal, he has been dismissed from the Israeli military altogether. The soldier who assaulted my cameraman, Cyril Theophilus, he is under investigation now by Israel's military police. We will follow, of course, the results of that investigation. But I do think it's important to note that the swiftness and the scale of this response is only really happening in large part because of who we are, because we are journalists working for an American news network. We have seen incidents similar to this before involving Palestinian journalists where there is no accountability. We have also continued to watch as settler violence in the West Bank has continued to increase at a...
It's actually kind of crazy to me that we're getting this from CNN. I know that CNN has occasionally aired bits that were critical before. To me, again, it just speaks of the arrogance of the Israelis, of the IDF, of their leadership, that they are seemingly giving up on the PR project. It's like Israel recognized one day that America was starting to really hate them, you know, for all the terrible stuff they do. And they were like, time to stop even trying. We're not even going to attempt to, you know, Hasbara our way out of this or whatever. We're just going to be openly evil now. We don't care. So you have Ben Gvir popping some champagne over the bill passing to execute a bunch of Palestinian hostages. You have the banning the Patriarch of Jerusalem from moving up to the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday. And you have assaulting CNN crews. You know, it's just like they're just giving up. They're giving up on, like, trying to be likable, I guess. And they weren't trying very hard to begin with.
Dramatic pace, and on that count as well, we have not yet heard a sufficient response from the Israeli military about what they are going to do to counter that growing settler violence against Palestinians, and that is also an issue that we will continue to cover extensively. Becky.
Sheesh. Israel just passed the death penalty law against Palestinians and non-Jews only. This is how the deputy head of Israel's parliament celebrated with her settler husband recently. Man, I have to say, I need liberal Democrats to understand this. If you don't provide a meaningful political rhetorical alternative to... this isn't new? This was not recent? Okay, this is older. Gotcha. It's not like the Ben Gvir popping champagne in celebration of the bill. People are losing it with this clip. Point still apply? Point still applies. If Democrats do not provide an alternative narrative to this, to Israel, everyone is going to be anti-Semitic. Israel is doing everything in their power to make everyone anti-Semitic, and frankly, they're really, really good at it. Okay? You need to... I'm trying to think of like what a good equivalent of this would be. Remember the knockout game? Remember that obsession that right-wingers had for a while with the idea that black youth were running through cities and, like, trying to hit and knock out older white people and then run away and get away with it? Imagine if the knockout game wasn't just like a pithy little thing that a couple of people did that the media ran wild with. Imagine if it was actually a massive social problem, like a majority of black youth were doing the knockout game all on white people, and the position of the Democratic Party was that not only was it not happening, but if it did happen, it was good. And then my position is like, okay, I think the knockout game thing is really bad, but also failing to address it at all basically just guarantees that everyone's going to be really fucking racist. Like the Democratic Party is like, not only is the knockout game fine, but if you have a problem with it, that's indicative of anti-black racism on your part. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. But if I did, I think most people would choose racism then. They like, if that's the dynamic that you're forcing on them, you would that's what they would choose. You're being very irresponsible right now, and also a lot of white people are getting their heads knocked off. I'm scared, gang. Dude, if I was an American Jew, I would be fucking terrified right now, man. Yeesh. Yeesh. I saw a quote that said boomer Jews are pretty much just saying good luck to the younger generation. No, they basically are. These like freak conservative older Jews who don't give a fuck about anything other than like in-group bias and Zionism. And then all these younger Jews are like, dog, what the fuck? Like, not only do I not give a shit about Israel, but like you are giving ammunition to the world's worst people. Like you not only like the world's worst people, parentheses Israel, but also all the people who hate us. And they're like, lol, Lamau, peace out. Yeah. I hear this so many times, this argument in like synagogues and Jewish community groups. The younger Jews, they're all anti-Zionist. The older Jews, they're all like, yeah, we're Zionists. What are you going to do about it? It will suck for you. No! Okay, crude ended the day in 105, but now we're back down below because of the futures market for May, right? That's what May contract here means. We're talking about the futures market for 1 month down the line. Yeah. No futures, just post-close trading. Well, whatever. It'll hover in the area. Do you have any thoughts on the last No King protest? No, I didn't really pay much attention to it. Did anything happen? Is there like something worth talking about? Linda McMahon Club? I don't want to see this shit, man. Iran hit the Haifa oil refinery again? Trump hits new approval low among all adults, rounding to minus 21 for the first time. Damn. Plus 21 disapproval. Still insanely high. Ugh. What about children? 6, 7. My neck hurts. I'm going to end stream and do some stretches. Or at least, like, I will in a sec. I'll read donos first. But before that...
They've finally done it. After years of anticipation, Seattle has now opened the world's first light rail line on a floating bridge. Yay! Yes, you heard that right. A train on a bridge that floats on a lake. This engineering breakthrough has finally united the Link light rail system, creating new options for passengers across the Pacific Northwest's largest metro area. But how does this bridge work? Where are trains able to go because of it? And how is Sound Transit celebrating this achievement? The only way to find out is to go for a ride. This is Lake Washington. On one side is the city of Seattle, on the other are the smaller cities of Bellevue and Redmond. And as of today, both sides are linked by Sound Transit's Link light rail trains, which run across the floating Homer M. Hadley Memorial Bridge. Normally, this is where I would begin showing you my adventures in Seattle, and don't worry, I'm still going to. But first, I feel like there are some questions that need answering. Like, why does Seattle need a floating bridge? Why can't they build a normal one across Lake Washington? How does a heavy
I know the answers to these questions.
bridge float anyway? And how do we know it's safe to take a train across one? Let me break it all down for you. Floating bridges, or pontoon bridges.
Nothing. I just think it's neat. That's all. One last request to show off Avi Lewis's socialist win in Canada. Yeah, I hear this guy's pretty based. It's back over 105. Nice. Nice parentheses neg. Here. I don't know why. I must have just slept on it wrong. Every goddamn day I wake up and Bagheera's. Whoa. Kind of hemming my posture in a bit. Yeah, let me go find her. 1 second. Started purring as soon as I picked her up. What a good baby. Wow. She's rumbling. Sleepy. She's so calm. Well, she is sleepy. Chopsless, thank you for the 20 bucks. Here's hoping some of this gets allocated to the Rice Fund. Trust me, everything does. Haley Spence, thank you for the 5. Abdul would destroy McMorrow in a debate. I completely agree, yeah. I don't know if this will work to her benefit. King Kerplunk, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the 5 bucks. Nice. A T.Y. Cooper Raoul, thank you for the $10. I work in the solar panel industry in the Deep South, and our business has gained more traction than ever due to oil shortage fears. Yeah, that makes sense. In spite of the federal government's opposition to solar infrastructure, it has increased significantly over the past couple of years in America. It's just getting too cheap, you know? Just getting too cheap. I need a haircut so badly, man. What do you think? What do you think if I like... Should I like just get a side fade and have the broccoli? Should I just have like a poof of hair on top? What about that? No? I don't really know how hair works. What should I do? No? Okay, everyone hates that. Go bald? Well, okay, well, what do you think then? Dreads? You look good as is. No, I don't. I need a haircut. Look at how much hair there is on my head. It's crazy. Okay, look from the it's fine like this, you know, kind of, except for right here. But then from the side, it's like, look at this gigantic lump right here, you know? That's crazy. It looks perfectly fine. It makes me look British. Be real. Fine as it is. Seeing it in every angle, it's kind of a lesbian-coded haircut. All right, well, that's fair, I guess. I get that a lot. In other ways, too. Hey, I just put you on. Can you read this non-dono? Hi, hello, love. My beautiful partner is watching from a distant land. Get a fringe cut? I don't know what that is. I know this is heretical, but you could AI different cuts. Nah, I don't think so. I'm being told that I look cute. I'll take it. Looks like an adult Harry Potter Pepe laugh. That's what I think. That's how I feel. People are like, your hair looks fine, but I think that I look like Harry Potter. The haircut and weight loss kind of makes you look like Destiny. See, I don't necessarily disagree with where you're coming from. There's too much hair on top. What all this? Can't I like take this out a little bit? What about like time to shave it all off? No, that's what I've got a good head shape. You can, if you get a generic side fade, it's an aura loss, too much conformity. Okay, what if I just got the back faded and I go for like the Ghibli cut? You know what I'm talking about? You know how a lot of guys in the Ghibli movies have like a big round head of hair, but they have the fade back here, so it's like a poof? You know? Why does chat hate this? I don't know. Chat fucking hates me. They hate my ass. They despise me. Ugh. I looked up Ghibli haircut. All I see is fucking AI. Jesus. Howl? That's it. Ghibli Howl. Wait, hold on a second. I don't know if I can look like this individual. I think there might be some differences in my voice, cadence, tone, facial hair, body shape, and everything else that would prevent me from looking like this fine individual. Maybe. It's too bad too, because when Howl was having a hissy fit about how the only point to living is being beautiful, I thought that was very relatable, you know? That was like the aesthetiques meltdown, you know what I mean? Where you see you're like 30 or something and you see that like your facial structure or maybe like a single white hair and you're like, no, it's all ruined. And then you're fine 5 minutes later. But autism moment, TBH, you don't know what that means. You don't know what you're talking about. Ashitaka? He doesn't have the cut in the back. I think Ashitaka just has like the hair blob, you know? I don't think that my hair is this agreeable. I think maybe I'm thinking of the kid from Kiki's Delivery Service. Kiki's Delivery Guy. I don't No, that's not him. He's got like that Tintin hair. Who am I thinking of? Am I thinking of the boy in the heron? No, he's got the sides of his head shaved. He's got like a wolf cut. I don't know who I'm thinking of. You're thinking of Satsuki's dad? Satsuki's dad is Matoi Ishin. And he's got long hair. Ponyo boy? Yes, there we go. That's what I think. This is what I'm thinking of, with like the poof of hair. I guess it's just a bowl cut. The poof of hair, but the back shaved, but the sides are shaved too. I shouldn't get this haircut. I don't think it would be. I think that this is a 2-year-old, and that his drip should not be imitated. Do it, you coward. I don't know. Is Ponyo worth watching? Yes. Then what the fuck do I do with my hair? Here's the suggestion collection. This was North Korea new. What is this? None of you are being helpful. Go bald. But like, the sides have to come down. You know? What if you just trimmed it? I'm like this close to taking my clippers and doing it myself, okay? I hate talking to barbers. I hate talking to barbers. Don't do it. What if I did it on stream for donos? Yes, please. Hold on. Where's my my love? If I don't get a disapproving message from you, then I'll assume that you consent to this this so and so. Hmm. How much to go bald? No, I don't think so. Probably not. Go to a hairstylist, not a barber. Yeah, probably should, right? I don't know if I've been to a stylist before. Inspo photos. The problem is that I worry if I go to a stylist and I'm like, if I tell them don't make me look gay, they'll give me like a little fucking lame Hitler cut and I'll look like shit. But if I tell them don't make me look straight, they'll give me some faggy fucking foof hair gay broccoli shit and I'll look ridiculous. They need to invent something that's somewhere in between being gay and straight. Not possible? Yeah. Bald. Oh, hold on. Do not. I don't even know what we're talking about, but I'm playing it safe. My love, what if I trim my hair up with the clippers a little bit? Which, by the way, you have done, but I did it while streaming. I'm not going to do it in front of the camera because I don't have a fucking mirror here, you know. But I could do it, and then we could evaluate. Unironically, go for a masked lesbian haircut. Yes. See, that's good. That's good. You know. It's a fine recommendation. I just don't know how workable it is with my hair. Good, but not bald. I literally see a mirror behind you. That is not a good mirror for trimming your hair. I'm not getting a response. They done with my ass. I'm just going to read donos. Agenosi, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Continue the good fight, Vosh. Almost really pissed off my mom by having you on in the car by accident, Lamau. Nice. Because you have to, yeah, a little bit of executive decision making there on who gets exposed to it, you know? I'm glad you didn't get a sandal thrown at you. Pancake13 and Red Amber, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. Coca Likes Boba, thank you for the 670. Ha! I wanted to purchase an expensive laptop for school and work. Do you think I should keep waiting for a summer sale, or will the market's inflation be bad? I'm not the person to ask. There are probably some very good resources and people online who could answer that better than I could. I am not the person to ask. I'm sorry. My neck really is killing me. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. More biotes and more soybeans. Use less fertilizer, less fuel, and less water. E15 is easier to implement, but the USDA leadership has no practical knowledge. Makes sense. Ethanol will never beat the fossil fuel propaganda. Okay, Kowalski. Yeah. Just take your subsidies and go. Beverage Goblin, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I probably should go to a stylist. I'm almost certain this is the Ghibli hair you were talking about. Yeah, the guy on the right, of course. Like how he's popping up over the frame there. Okino, thank you for the super kind $50. Bald Fund, no promises. No promises, but I appreciate the $50. This is cute. See, this is super cute. I'd love to look like that. I think that's lovely hair, you know? I mean, I guess a lot of it would just be product and styling, because the hair at the front of my face is about the right length, more or less. Not twinky enough for it. I reject this premise. I think that this is a universally applicable haircut. You have a beard? Yeah, I'm not trying to have her face. We're talking about the hair. I don't want to have her face. I like my face. It's good hair, but that person has a smaller head than you. That's true. I do have a big head. I wonder, like... Yeah, also my hair is a lot denser. I feel like it's just a little bit of volume. Okay, my love, you keep popping in and out, all right? What if I did a little bit of trimming here? I'm getting pissed off. Every once in a while, they pop in with a message to my phone, and they're like, hey, here's this, here's that. They haven't answered the fundamental question. Go to an actual stylist. You can do it. I'm Eepy. Okay, you're Eepy, but you understand that what we're talking about here is me going into the bathroom right now and trimming my hair with my clippers. That is what we're talking about. You keep talking about other things. You're sleepy? We're all sleepy. They can't ignore this one. Yes, babe? All right, we're in the clear. All right, one sec. I wonder if I have enough battery in my clippers. All right. Let me see what we're doing here. I'm doing this for your benefit. It's already on my screen. Okay, let me see. So what even is this? What even is this? Hopefully the battery lasts. Yeah, I don't think the battery is going to last. Please link your jacket. I liked it. Oh, it's from Mr. Freedom. This is going to be awful. You people are so fucking hateful. Has anyone ever told you that? My partner just messaged, oh no, this is all styling, just so you know. Okay. The fundamentals. You bring it down on the sides and on the back of the head, like in the back of the neck, right? Okay, hold on. Just give me a minute. I do have a problem. The nature of the problem being, of course, there's not enough battery. I don't think you do this by yourself. I don't think that's true. Sure you can? There's not enough battery! Please trust us that I can do it. Believe in the you that believes in me. Just need mirrors and battery. Well, the battery's going to take a while anyway, so you might have to just wait until the next stream. Just go to a salon. Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to. Just let me read the donos. I'll do this later. You can charge it while you read donos? Yeah, but my clippers suck. So it's going to take a while for them to charge. Pussy. I'm not a... You know what the true dare is? Going to a barber with this as your reference pic? I don't know if a barber would know what to do with a picture like this, to be honest with you. Also, I'm in Seattle. They would think I'm trans femme. I don't need that shit. I don't need that smoke. This kind of hair texture is created by a bunch of layering. You need an actual haircut, not just clippers. I could probably do it. Texture shit, scissors, I promise. Stylist, not barber. What's the point of going to a stylist when they make you look good, but then later you take a shower and then you look the same as you did before because they didn't actually trim anything. They just, like, added sprays. And went blue, blue, blue. Like, I shower when I get home from the barber. Just go to a hairdresser, you hypocrite. But I have stuff planned today. Ugh, you people are so annoying. Anna Mall, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Party shirt, thank you for the $5. Haircut dono as promised. First time dono. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I can't cut my hair on stream, even though I'd fucking rock that shit. And Okano, thank you for the additional $50. Bald fun too. I don't know. It's not. It's not happening. It's not. Who linked this hair, by the way? Who linked this hair? Who linked this hairstyle? This is a cute hairstyle. Who did this? Why are you acting like today's the only day you're able to, bro? Because I have the brain disease where I hate making plans. So if I can do something immediately, I'll do it. But if I can't, I don't want to. Go to a gay alt punk barber hairdresser. Ugh. This photo looks kind of French. Yeah, because French girls are baddies. Because they'll dip their armpit hair in your coffee or something. I don't know. I've never been to France. Okay, no, thank you for the very kind donos. We'll see what we end up doing. Yeah, X-Saber, we looked very briefly at Avi Lewis a second ago. Seems like he's based as hell. I hope that he'll have, you know, a dynamic strategy for dealing with the you know, global consequences to our war. That by the way, Mark Carney seems to be in favor of, at least to some extent. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me see what stylists are available in the area. If I can get one done today. What time is my friend available? Shit. May not be able to go grocery shopping today. Fuck, I hate moving my plan around. Stylists. Closed today. Closed today. Oh yeah, everything's closed in Seattle on Mondays for some fucking reason. Closed today. Oh my god, it's actually like every single one of them is closed today. It's all closed. Well, I guess we're cutting our own hair. Can I like, what if I just cut like the general shape of it, but then we left the specific details down to the homosexuals? Also, why is my... Okay, if you look from the side, her hair slopes down from here, but my hair continues out. I've got like a solid top. See? You know what I mean? Like it's not rounded at all. That's your head? Oh. Have you gotten your spring hair thinning yet? Stay mad, Kowalski. You may be jacked as fuck. You may be jacked as fuck, but this right here, this line, it's been the same my entire life. I was born with that line. I was born with a full head of hair. I'm going to die with a full head of hair. Watch. That right there, you can mid-part it as much as you want. There's nothing coming off. It's true. It's just too long. Her hair is cut shorter. I don't know how it works. No, I have very thick hair. Yeah, I know. I've seen your videos. Is that a new threat? I hope you die with a full head of hair. That's actually kind of good, though, you know? Your hair is like less than half my length. Yeah, my hair is super dense, though. Like, if it gets much longer than this, it just lays flat because it's so heavy. Get the scene kid cut? Maybe it's time. Hell yeah, brother. Do you hate windy days? They're cool. What do texturizing scissors do? The raccoon hair, Dana? They texturize? Oh. I feel like I could benefit from that. You know? Like, I feel like the difference between me and her, or one of the major differences, is that this shit be texturized and mine isn't. Like, mine's just like a solid... See, because from the side, like, there's a lot of volume here, but from the side, it's just like a solid wall of hair, you know? You know what I'm talking about? Those scissors are thousands of dollars. I don't think that's true. Thousands of dollars? You get the same effect by cutting vertically anyway? Yeah, you're right. I could. Okay, hold on. It's gotten some battery charge. I can at least do some basic work. Hey, I did it. No, I'm just kidding. Gonna walk in here like the local rabbi got to him. I cut a little bit. So what you need to you have to cut scissors up vertically. You have to cut them up vertically so that you get the texture. This is not better. Well, I mean, literally all I've done is like reduce the amount of hair there. So there's not, it's horrible. It's over. It's called point cutting. Oh. Layering is hard. I wonder like, wait 1 second. Wow. I think I'm going to need a second mirror if I want to do anything more than that. Lesbian mask hair is great. If you can get away with it, if I don't think you can. Maybe this with a little bit less volume on the sides. Yeah. High-end texturizing scissors are 1K plus. Okay, well, high-end everything is $1,000 plus. Eyes on me, Bucka. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm being told to stop fucking around by my partner. All right, hold up. Okano, thank you for the $100 donos, Bald Fun 3. Jesus Christ, quit making me feel bad. Look, I feel like I don't know if there's any amount of texture that I could really add here via the cutting that wouldn't just make it look like a solid blob. Like this would need, it need thinning out, you know what I mean? Bald, bald, bald. Get pretty close with some oil mousse pomade, I bet. I've got some pomade and some styling mousse. Vosh, you're killing me? Why? Okay, well, this took too long. Hold on. On account of your fucking around and also for all the bald donos, I gotta skid out. All right, I'll read the donos tomorrow. I will read what remains of the donations tomorrow, okay? I'm going to fiddle a little bit more. Go to a stylist, please? Well, I will go to a stylist, but before I do that, I kind of have to see this through. Otherwise, you know... I mean, I can't take credit for what I look like tomorrow, right? Here, I'll read them tomorrow. Take care. I love you. Drink water.